Darwin Diggs, Theodore Grams. Yeah. Every day ought to be a bad day for you. That's right. We used to be so strong. Back then we was right, now we so wrong. She was Beyonce, I could've got my Hove on. And when she hang up on me, I tell her, hold on, quit that shit. I don't use force, today is a bad day. We've been divorced, what I think about stress, I don't really need it. But this is plagiarism, cause my shorty just cheated, and shorty conceded. She out of her mind, I wish she had Louis and the car get declined. She at school with no aid, no HIV. Hope you don't get in the club with that fake ID. Why would you hurt somebody that you called your man for? And I hope you get evicted by your landlord. But she be messing with me, and I'm hoping she lose my number indefinitely. So every day ought to be a bad day for you. Yeah. Every day ought to be a bad day for you. That's right.
I guess you can't remember all the times that I was there. Your emotions on a roller coaster, no fun fair. You were happy on the phone, but hate me when I come there. That phone, just cut it down to a drum snare. Yeah, just like that. I hope you go deaf so you can't hear shit. Yeah, I hope you go blind, cause you look me in my face and you laugh when I cry.
You should wonder why your apartment is always so empty. Maybe you should wonder that. Well, I hope you get locked out of that apartment and have to call Jenny. Oh! I hope you get locked out. Cause every day ought to be a bad day for you. Every day ought to be a bad day for you. She's way too complex. When we argue, she's taking shit out of context. And I know I could've did more, but I'm never home, I was always on tour. I could be anywhere in the world, had one wish, to be with you until you get her do the tongue kiss. And this is hard for me to say like a tongue twist. My heart don't beat for you, so let the drum hit. And you know I just got promoted, now I be the boss and I hope you get demoted. Happiness is a warm gun, living fully loaded. And shit got worse when I exploded. Boom, I wrote it soon, I hope you brought a cab pay. And I hope you get the attention on a half day. I wish I could use your blouse for an ashtray, cause for you every day should be a bad day. Every day ought to be a bad day for you. Is that fool you crazy? That's all my. Every day ought to be a bad day for you.
la fiesta, FIFA la noche, FIFA los DJ, what the fuck. Johnny, la gente está muy loca. What the fuck? What the fuck? FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la fiesta, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la, FIFA la, Johnny, la gente está muy loca.
Hello, how are you doing? This is going to get brutal. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I want to warn you right off the jump, this is not war coverage. This is coverage of a court case in Massachusetts related to the death of a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. The still unsolved death of John O'Keefe. It's not war coverage. I want to warn you right off the jump, it's not war coverage. If there is something that happens, there's a situation going on in South Lebanon. Hezbollah, the leader of Hezbollah, basically gave a statement this morning and disclaimed the ceasefire. It's complicated. I don't want to dive into the complexities of it because I got a motion to read. But just know that if bombs just start falling and things start buzzing and the map lights up, it's because Hezbollah is bombing northern Israel. I got to watch for that because if Hezbollah bombs northern Israel, inevitably Israel is going to bomb Beirut, and then inevitably the IRGC is going to bomb from Haifa to Metula. So I have to keep an eye on that. Hello, T.A. Sarah and Tiffany Bob and AI and Magic and Tiffany Bob again and Fallon. It's so good to see you all. Now, here's what we're going to do. There's been a filing. It's probably the most horror... Let me preface this by saying, first of all, I've done a good job. I've censored this document by hand, but you need to be forewarned that you're going to hear me say some things, I'm going to censor them, that are disgusting, that are horrifying, that you should be upset about. I want to warn you, there's a graphic content warning that comes along with what you're about to hear me describe. I censored it. I'm not going to say the slurs. This is a civil filing by Karen Reed. Karen Reed was accused and acquitted of the murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe in 2021 and 2020. It occurred in 2022, and the trial took place, the first trial in 2024, the second trial in 2025. I've covered them, both trials extensively. You can find the information on this channel if you need to learn more about the background of the case. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up today is after Karen Reed was acquitted following the second trial related to John O'Keefe's death, two things happened. One, we still don't know who murdered John O'Keefe. I have my theories. I think it was the mystery man that was on the Canton Police Sally Port at 5:38 p.m. Eastern on January 29, 2022. However, what we're going to read today is a filing by Karen Reed, who was acquitted. She's filed a civil suit in Bristol Superior Court, although I expect this to go over to Plymouth Superior Court in front of Judge Gildea, sua sponte, from the trial court. Now, what we're going to take a look at here is, normally you might hear, now I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school, alright? I'm just a towel. I did graduate law school too. Hashtag towel graduated law school. But my point is, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for tuning in. We're going to read this filing. All right, I'm going to tell you what I think the facts. Normally when you read a filing, you're reading it for the legal argument. What is the plaintiff making a claim about? This filing is what I would call like tantamount to a speaking indictment, where you're really writing it for the public, and it includes a litany of never-before disclosed text messages between former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, who investigated Karen Reed and a number of other people for a number of different alleged crimes, and recently resigned Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good. I'm going to read you the filing. I'm going to tell you what I think about it. You're going to hear some stuff that almost shouldn't be possible. It's going to make you mad. It should make you mad. Some of these things, now, the reason why, normally this type of thing would never, ever come out in public. These are messages from the state trooper's personal cell phone that the federal government actually got during an investigation of John O'Keefe's death, which you're going to find out due to some tomfoolery in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, where this took place, was probably a good idea. Hello, Bloodshot Beauty, it's good to see you. Hello, Mac RN, good to see you. So, what you're going to learn about, if you know the case, not much in here will be surprising. If you don't, you need to reorientate yourself to going back to January 28th into 29th of 2022. There was a snowstorm in the town of Canton. Boston police officer John O'Keefe lost his life. No one really knows how to this day. And he was discovered dead the next morning in the snow at about 6 a.m. All right? What we're talking about is the police, the local police in Canton, and the state police, who assume original jurisdiction over all unattended deaths in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In particular, we're narrowing in on something called the State Police Detectives Unit that worked for the current, although soon to be former, Norfolk District Attorney, Michael Morrissey, on specifically January 29, 2022. Now, this case has got a lot of chaos involved in it. People working when they should, state police officers working when they shouldn't have been on shift. Friends of the state police officers as witnesses. Other Boston police officers, the home of a Boston police officer being the crime scene. A litany of sort of very concerning things. Furthermore, you have sort of this like strange series of events between like November of 2021 and say January of 2022 when John died, involving this other guy named Brian Higgins. Okay, Brian Higgins was an ATF agent. I think he's currently on leave. He was texting John about like, they were texting back and forth about prostitutes. It's intense, all right? And then we come to find out in the last week, John O'Keefe actually, maybe a year before his death, was recording drug activity on his street and actually told people that he went up to the drug dealer and confronted the dude and was like, "What are you doing?" And the dude just didn't care. John flashed his BPD badge and gun, and the dude just didn't care. Boston is about 20 miles north of Canton. John lived in Canton, but he was a cop in Boston. So nobody really knows how John O'Keefe died. The point is, Karen Reed was acquitted, so she's permitted to file lawsuits now. So, Karen Reed filed a lawsuit this morning. Now, normally this would just be a perfunctory filing. Filing a lawsuit's a big deal, but there's like 4 civil lawsuits related to John O'Keefe's death. A bunch of different parties involved across a bunch of different cases, mostly in Plymouth Superior Court in front of Judge Mark Gildea, but also in Boston District Court, Boston Federal Court, Federal District Court in Boston, in front of Chief Judge Denise Casper. All right. This suit, what you're about to hear, the facts section is the most shocking. It's very rare that a civil suit does this. This document, I don't even know what's going to happen. You're going to hear about this document. It just came out a couple hours ago. You're going to hear about it from the political leadership. I'm pretty sure, like, the New England Patriots might have to respond to this because the cop called their owner, like, a slur because he's a Jewish person. I'm half Jewish myself. I was very offended by a lot of this. I think the Canton Public Schools might have to put out a statement because apparently the cops were going in there and asking the secretaries why there weren't more white people in the school. And you're gonna, I censored a lot of them, but you're gonna hear just some disturbing discussions between these police officers. Where this is all going, I don't really know. This same state police unit, the way it works is the state police have jurisdiction throughout the state, but they also get embedded within district attorneys' offices, which cover counties in Massachusetts, a bunch of cities and towns per county. There's like 9 counties. We're talking about Norfolk County. It goes from just south of Boston, Brookline, all the way down like towards the Cape, basically. It covers like Dedham, Canton, Stoughton, etc. All right. Now this unit, this state police unit, going back to like 2014, Bad News Bears, they were basically like tangentially involved with a cover-up related to Jeffrey Epstein. And if you're saying to yourself, no, they weren't, yes, they were. I found the bank records that showed Jeffrey Epstein going to Canton in the summer of 2014, and then can't stop the signal If there's ever a frame drop, we'll be back. You can't stop the towel signal. It's impenetrable. Hello, Miss FAFO. How are you doing? All right, so picking up exactly where we left off. This same state police unit in the summer of 2014, the one that works for the Norfolk DA still to this day, although a bunch of different people have gone through the unit, but there's some central actors that were involved. They were involved in filing criminal charges against a woman named Tiffany Overstreet, who I believe was about to blow the whistle on a brothel network in the area connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Perhaps if someone had done their damn job rather than punishing Tiffany Overstreet, then Sandra Birchmore, the young woman and her 8 to 10 week old unborn baby boy, wouldn't have been murdered by former Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell, who incidentally has connections to two of the troopers on this state police unit, Yuri Buchanan and John Fanning, because of the fact that they all used to work in Stoughton. Maybe Sandra Birchmore would still be alive if someone hadn't let that happen to Tiffany Overstreet. Nonetheless, jumping forward to 2021, this same unit, John Fanning, Brian Tully was the detective lieutenant, he was in charge. John Fanning was the executive officer, second in charge. Yuri Buchanan was the sergeant. In 2021, February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m. exactly, Sandra Birchmore, a young woman in Canton who was was abused since she was a child and groomed in the Stoughton Police Explorers program, which itself has ties to a charity that may have been linked to Epstein and Maxwell, was hung from her door by former Stoughton cop, now Matthew Farwell, who's in federal prison about to face charges, face trial in August of 2026 for the murder of Sandra and her unborn baby. Somehow, after John Fanning takes over the case on February 6th of 2021, despite a litany of evidence that Farwell was abusing Sandra when she was an underage girl, that Farwell threatened to take care of the problem himself, quote-unquote, if Sandra insisted on carrying her baby to term, and evidence that Farwell was the man at Sandra's apartment at 9:27 p.m. on February 1st, 2021 when Sandra was killed. Farwell was cleared by this state police unit. And this unit, wouldn't you know it, was the same one that investigated Karen Reed for the death of John O'Keefe. Same one investigating journalist Aidan Turtleboy Carney. All right? So that's who Karen's suing. This isn't just this one-off bad actor cop. You're about to read the inner discussions of one of the most pernicious, insidious state police units in this entire state, all laid bare for you. And if that's not a good enough of an intro, I don't know what is. God bless all of you. Thank you for being here with me. Mind you, I want to point out people went to bat for this man. You're going to read about former state trooper Michael Proctor and another man named Sean Good. People gaslit people for years. I bailed off that sinking ship. I figured out what was going on. People gaslit the public for years and said that there was nothing to worry about when it came to this, that it was all fine. Nope. In reality, ladies and gentlemen, it was an absolutely disturbing series of events, and I'm going to make a record, and I'm going to tell you about it. Let's take a listen. I'm just going to read the complaint for you, just straight through. I had to edit it. By the way, the reason I'm doing this, I know a lot of people will take the time over this day. There's going to be a lot of people that read through this. I really recommend my fellow YouTube streamers edit this document. Hello, Nunya. Good to see you. Good timing, my friend. You came in right in time. I really recommend, before I start reading this, that anyone who's going to stream about this, edit it. I did my best. I got, I think, all of the slurs. I've never had to do this before for a court filing. I want to be clear, this is docketed on the public docket. It was unredacted. I went through by hand. I refused to stream this until I edited it. But I really recommend streamers do not blind react to this document. I strongly advise against it. Alright, let's do it. So this is a civil action number 2673 CV489, filed today by hand. Karen's lawyers filed it by hand in, what was it, Bristol Superior Court. All right. So this is docketed. You can see this is the docketed copy. I went through by hand and edited out hundreds of slurs. It was a lot. I'm going to read this to you. We haven't done a filing read along in a while, so. The complaint. This is Karen Reed versus the state police of the town of Canton. 1. The not guilty verdict in Commonwealth v. Reed on June 18, 2025 did not merely end a wrongful prosecution. It shone an unflinching spotlight on something the Massachusetts State Police, MSP, and the Town of Canton Police Department, CPD, have spent years trying to conceal: an embedded culture of bigotry, misogyny, systemic failures, and institutional rot at the very core of both organizations. As a result of this entrenchment, Ms. Reed now files this action against the state police and the Canton Police Department for their negligent hiring, training, and supervision of biased and corrupt police officers whose actions violated her constitutional rights and caused her immense harm. Oh, wow! God bless you, First 48. If free jewels are being offered, I say redeem them. God bless you. I'd like some jewels. Yes, we're going to need emotional support, goats. Absolutely. Was there a question? Why does YouTube keep trying to give me jewels to give out? I don't know, First 48, but you should give them out. Why not? Maybe they like you. Number 2. At the heart of Miss Reed's claim... Oh, look at that! I got a flow state. You see what I mean? YouTube wanted me to get a flow state, so YouTube gave out some... hold on, why can't I click it? Oh, there it is. I want to click a heart. Thank you very much for that flow state. I like those jewels. It's a new feature on YouTube. I think that team just rolled it out recently. T.A. Sarah, they are a new feature on YouTube. You can make little things dance above my head in the chat. You can send me, like, smaller ones. They're just a new feature that YouTube's rolling out to make chat more interactive. I like it. TD Thames, what did you send, my friend? How are you doing? It's so good to see you. You're wonderful. No, I don't think so. I think they're very positive, Nunya. All right, paragraph 2. Oh, First 48 sent a clapping emoji. Oh, this is great. A high five. High five to you, my friend. By the way, these jewels are great. They're a new feature. I've been enjoying them. A clutch. Oh, thank you for that clutch. Thank you so much. We're having a great day. Mind you, I got to do a lot of reading, so, you know, I'm going to have to, at a certain point, just read the document. But, you know, it's great to see you all. I love seeing my towel friends. You're all wonderful. Here we go. 2. At the heart of Miss Reed's claim lies a distressing narrative. One not just about individual rights, but about... Oh, Tiffany Bob, send a thumbs up. I love it. God bless you, Tiffany Bob. Tiffany Bob, my dear friend, that was great. Hashtag Operation Distract Towel. I love it. Seriously, though, those jewels are really cool. They're a new feature, and they beta tested them in some countries, and like some of my towel friends around the world would send them, and now a lot of people can do it. It's great. All right. One not just about individual rights, but about fundamental principles upon which our society is built. Through this action, the state police and Canton police will now be forced to answer for their police officers' unlawful conduct against Miss Reed. That is set forth in detail below. But also for the insidious culture of bigotry and misogyny that fostered such unlawful conduct, and has likely resulted in other unconstitutional criminal investigations in which countless unknown others have suffered. Indeed, the state police and Canton police have avoided facing this very moment for years, but it's now time for the long-awaited transparency and accountability owed to the citizens of the Commonwealth. Now, let me just say, you may have followed the Annie Dukem drug lab scandal in Massachusetts. It caused like 25,000 cases to be reviewed. This is going to be worse. This is the worst scandal, perhaps, in the history of American policing. I need to really think about that. The American police have done some really bad stuff. They dropped firebombs on people in Philadelphia, etc., etc., etc. I still think this is possibly the worst thing that has ever come out about any police department anywhere. I don't even know if I'm ready for this. Former Massachusetts State Police Detective Michael Proctor. Oh, I need to give you a disclaimer. So, as a journalist, I have certain duties to disclose to you things, regardless of whether it's my fault or my responsibility that these disclosures are required. There is no reason whatsoever why Michael Proctor's former, current, who the hell knows, uncle-in-law should be hanging around my mother. And there's no reason that my mother should be tormenting me because she's upset, in my opinion, that I'm onto some of this stuff. All right? It's a personal conflict of interest for her, not for me. But I do want to disclaim to you that I'm mad. I'm not going to let it tint my glasses here as I read through this document, but as a reporter I must disclose to you that I do not like what that family in particular did to my mother. I don't like it. I was offended by it. I was hurt, but it will not bias my journalism. But I do need to give you that disclaimer. I think that's appropriate in the context of this document. 3. Former Massachusetts State Police Detective Michael Proctor. And by the way, also Michael Proctor's wife went to high school with me, but I didn't know her at the time. I had heard her name, but I never met her. And she was 2 years older than me, maybe 1. And I didn't hang out with people that were older than me. So I only hung out with my grade. And I didn't know her. But yeah, another disclaimer. So I'm kind of in the middle of this. And also I was on the complete other side of this case for a very long time. I was propagandized, manipulated, taken advantage of. Somebody tried to bribe me in a Chick-fil-A parking lot. It was outrageous. This case was hell. And I think it all ties back to like what this network was. And we get a real big peek into it here. Because they talk about like essaying their own romantic partners. They talk about some stuff that's just gross. I need to prep myself to do this. I don't even know if... Again, I strongly advise people do not blind react to this document. First of all, it contains hundreds of slurs that I had to edit out. Second of all, it's going to make you really upset. Oh, that's right, Kim. Not to mention, one time I was covering the Epstein files, some dude just showed up at my door while I was live streaming. I have the clip of it to this day. And he tried to have a one-on-one with me, and I was like, you don't want that while I'm live. And then he just left. I banished him. We still don't know who that guy was. That was creepy. This whole case is creepy. I think it ties back to Epstein, frankly. I think Epstein was running like a drug and brothel network, and he was just using local cops, state cops, judges, what you would expect, like if you were going to corrupt the system to run the network. The cops were the enforcers, the pimps, etc. Then there were madams, and then there were financial companies involved in this. It was like the octopus. Forget Tweed Days in St. Louis. This was the biggest octopus I've ever seen. And frankly, I want my damn paintings back from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum because this ridiculous group that was operating over decades stole my freaking paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum to try to spring Epstein's mentor, Adnan Khashoggi, after Khashoggi got arrested with Isabella Stewart Marcos, the former head of the Philippines, or the wife of the president of the Philippines. They stole the damn paintings. They got the idea from Miles Connor in 75. He was a crook in Massachusetts who stole paintings, leveraged a Rembrandt to get a lower sentence from the U.S. attorney in Boston. So Khashoggi was like, I'll just have my men steal the paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum. Well, Khashoggi gets found not guilty in July of 1992 or 1990, and then he just takes my freaking paintings. They were left to me and all the people of the state of Massachusetts, and I want them back. I get so mad about those paintings, you don't even understand. Do you know we have a special Nightbot response just about those damn paintings? He stole my freaking paintings. Nightbot is hilarious. It says, Adnan Khashoggi stole Grant's paintings. Grant would like them returned to their rightful owners, the people of the great state of Massachusetts. Thank you for your attention. I am a towel. Well, that's good to know, Nightbot. I'm thrilled that you're a towel. All right. The point is, I do think it all links back to that. That's why things were so scary for John, and I'm sure why Karen was a little scared. Karen actually gave an interview to a channel called Rotten Mangoes, where Karen said that she was worried the state police were going to Sandra Birchmore her between her initial arrest and when the charges were bound over to the grand jury. So between February of 2022 and June of 2022, she thought they were going to Sandra Birchmore her. She used that term. Which means this network was everywhere. I'm going to get him. I called the Congress. Rep Luna retweeted me. Anyway, my point is, I didn't mean to solve this, just to give you a little preface about why I ended up covering this for 3 years of my life. 4 at this point, almost. Basically, what happened was, there was this one guy on the internet, he's dead now, God rest his soul. He was posting about Turtle Boy, who's a journalist, and Turtle Boy was yelling at people with a bullhorn. Never really got why at the beginning, and I just wanted to find out, and that consumed my life. This case touches everything. It's ripped families apart in this state. It's one of the most disgusting cover-ups I think I've ever seen, because the militant nature, it was almost like the people who were involved with the state police and this network hired private intelligence firms to weaponize the discourse about this case to stop what you're about to hear from coming out. Alright. I'm ready to continue. I am going to stop and rant a lot. I've covered this for 4 years. I know everything about this case and this unit. I found a lot of stuff that is very concerning, and I told the state oversight authorities and the federal government multiple times, and they took it very seriously. Former MSP Detective Michael Proctor and former, as of 2 days ago, CPD Sergeant Sean Good are virulent bigots whose hatred for anyone and everyone different from themselves permeates their every action. Oh, God bless you, Kim. They are not officers who occasionally voiced an offensive remark. They are men whose written and recorded communications, sent to one another and to a circle of like-minded friends over the course of a decade, establish entrenched and unrepentant hatred for women, Black Americans, Asian Americans, Jews, Hispanics, Arabs, and gay people. They're he probably is under-exaggerating. This is, I think, Damon Seligson or Alan Jackson writing, or both. They're under-exaggerating. They are underplaying it. It gets so much worse. Their unfitness for any position of public trust was not subtle. It was extensively documented and, as set forth below, knowledgeable to the state police and Canton police long before either agency assigned Proctor & Good to investigate and prosecute Karen Read. Proctor & Good's involvement at the outset of the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe III invariably and irredeemably contaminated it in every respect. Nightbot, you be nice to Kim. She was critiquing Proctor. 4. As depicted, Nightbot misunderstood your comment. It's okay, Kim. We can forgive Nightbot. He's a little sensitive sometimes. Kim, it's okay. I sided with you. Nightbot, you've been overruled. Kim, it's alright. Sometimes you just gotta tell Nightbot how it is. 4. As depicted in thousands of written and audio messages that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has thus far hidden from public view. True. I didn't know about any of this. Hello, Shell Hell 69. Welcome. Enjoy your towel wrench. T.A. Sarah is indeed T.A. Sarah. She's in charge of distributing the bonus points. Hello, Shelly. Alright. You probably get some bonus points just because you know T.A. Sarah. That's a very good connection to have. 4. As depicted in thousands of written and audio messages that the Norfolk County DA has thus far hidden from public view, and far from the, quote, inclusive values that both organizations publicly claim to pursue, Proctor & Good secretly and proudly wore badges of hate. 1. Multiple copies of a thumb drive containing a selection of the audio recordings referenced herein are attached as Exhibit 1. Audio recordings?! I thought they were texts. Audio recordings. Audio recordings. What? 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 Were they voice messaging each other? Oh, Oh, they're in so much trouble. They were voice messaging each other. Oh, they're in trouble. Oh, wow. I thought this stuff was text. No wonder why it was so disjointed. Half of it wasn't even coherent English. It's recordings of audio messages they sent to each other. Oh, this stuff is going to get played in open court. Oh, they're done. This is not going to trial. Are you kidding? Governor Healy, what are you doing? She sent you a presentment letter. Why did you not settle this? Oh, my state is out of its mind. We're going to lose so much money. Oh, God. We're going to end up paying hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh, hello, Joy. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. It was great to see you on Justice Served today. That was great coverage from Michael Bryant at the hearing in Plymouth. Absolutely outrageous that they wouldn't let him do the pool feed. They wouldn't let Justice Serve TV. By the way, did you know Epstein was spying on Michael Bryant because Michael Bryant was looking into Epstein? Michael Bryant's a legend. You really think it's a coincidence now that Dr. Baden, Linda's husband, did the autopsy for Sandra Birchmore? Just say. Towel can read between the lines. Mateo. It's good to see you all. Nightbot's being very mad today. We have a lot of friends saying hello, Nightbot. You gotta be nice. Kitty Coco, I don't think they're voicemails. I think they're voice notes. So if you've ever, like, sometimes I do them with Towel Girlfriend on the stream. I'll just kind of, like, send a voice note while talking to you all. It's just a way to text with, like, just as, like, an audio file. Nightbot is on one today. But yeah, I gotta pause here. I didn't see this. So it took me like an hour to edit this of all the slurs, as many as I could, to process what I was reading, to listen to the, to read the oral, like the legal argument, and then to understand the scope of the disclosures in this filing. I missed footnote 1. Then you gotta do a close reading. This is what's called a close reading. If I read a document on stream with you, it means that you're reading it as I would read it internally in my mind. Not how I would write it up. When I write it up, it's breaking. So I need to get the legal arguments. I need to scan the thing. I need to get all the information and like summarize. I have to pick what's the most important. And I can easily miss a footnote, which is what I did. Wow. These folks, this is going to get played in open court. It's material. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. How did this even get to be a lawsuit? Why is the governor letting this happen? The governor's in charge of the state police. She makes the call, frankly. And the attorney general. What are they doing? This is... The whole reason you settle is so that this stuff... Maybe Karen didn't want to settle. You might be forced to, though, under the presentment law. You can't just sue the state. You have to give them a chance to settle. Because it's a waste of taxpayer money if every single time someone sued the government and the government was willing to pay you, say like your car was damaged from a pothole, you shouldn't just go file a suit. You have to actually give them a chance to pay you what the damage from the pothole to your car was, so that everyone else you can just sue. The government, you're supposed to give them a chance to pay you to save the taxpayers' money. Karen did that. She waited the 6 months. They didn't pay her out. If they pay you out, you can't sue by law. You might have to, I don't know the ins and outs. I'm not a lawyer, as I mentioned, but I did go to law school. But you cannot just, like, if they offer you a settlement, it's really hard to sue. You might have to, like, say it's not fair. You might have to reject it. But if they try to settle with you, it becomes infinitely harder to sue. So I don't know why. My pleasure, it just did. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Joy, I don't know if I'm going to be asking about that. I think things are probably very bad on the in the camp of the people who have been supporting this unit, this state police unit. Let me just say, I think they're probably having a crisis meeting. All right, let's continue. So the reason I paused there is footnote 1's very important. Let me zoom in a little bit more for you. So footnote 1 says it's down here. I probably could zoom in even more. See how nice is that? That says that there are audio recordings. I don't think they were being tapped. Just so you know, this went back a long time. We're talking like 2013. So I don't think they were being like a wiretap. People are going to jump to that. No, I think they were sending voice notes to each other. Sarah, some of those that burn crosses are the same that work forces. I think that was a line in a song. So that's my answer. Sarah asked, do you think those cops wear white pointy hats at night? And my response is, some of those that burn crosses are the same that work forces. It's not just burning crosses. They're damn Baal worshippers. I'm speaking generally. We got a problem with these, like, Babylonian Baal worshippers who are just weird. Alright? They're all these, like, sects of, like neo-paganism. They, like, worship Lucifer. They're all into, like, the god of light and hurting kids and being just evil. And they're everywhere. And we just let it happen in the United States. I think they're a little freaked out because Edon started calling them out, and Edon comes packing a punch. But, you know, no love lost for me between those, as to those people who were hurting the kids and enslaving the women and the little birdies. I don't like that. So, anyway, my point is, yeah, I'm mad, and we should be mad. I'm all mad. Kitty Coco, no. It runs from 2013 through recently. We're going to get into it. But I just need to pause and re-emphasize that this is worse than text messages. We all need to just pause. I didn't even notice this. I don't think most people did because this just came out 2 hours ago. This is a long document. These are... Say it. Where are these exhibits? I want these exhibits. Hold on. Frame drop. We're back. Where are the... Somebody go to the courthouse. Hello, Bunny Towelbaum. You are about to be bad. Remember how I told you that situation was with Procta and Good was bad? It's worse than anyone could have imagined. And there's audio recordings of them saying what you're about to hear. Bunny Towel Mom and Kofi are in the house. If you don't know Bunny Towel Mom and Kofi, she's a chat mom. And she has a dog named Kofi, and Kofi's an emoji. Yeah. How many of you can say that your dogs are emojis, custom emojis indeed? Hello, Petty LaBelle, it's so good to see you. Kitty Coco, I did censor it. So we have to talk about it because it weighs heavily in the public interest to talk about what these cops were saying. It's directly related to their duties, their official duties as cops. But I censored out all as much as I could. Hello, Prince of Wales. It's so good to see you. God bless you, my friend. All right. I've been putting this off long enough. I know it's going to be rough, but we got to do it. We got to do it in the public interest, Towel friends. Indeed, bigotry guided their every act as law enforcement officers for years. But such conduct remained disguised by the uniforms they wore and obscured by the support and encouragement they received inside the walls of the very institutions designed to prevent such injustice and protect the public. 5. For the state police and Canton police, who hired, trained, supervised, and observed Procter & Good for years, Procter & Good's hateful and despicable views were not only part of their own daily vernacular, but were woven through the fabric of their organization's culture and everyday conversations. Hello, D-Jack. Yes, and then we're also going to find out they talk about planting evidence, but let's just read. We're going to take it slow. This is going to be rough. You enjoy that omelet and peppers, my dear friend Prince of Wales. God bless you, my friend. It's so good to see you. Quote, after telling Sergeant Good about a multi-car accident in Canton, this is what Michael Proctor said. Actually, take your time. I saw N-word was involved. So I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die. I made it through one quote. There's 70 of them. It gets way worse. I'm already really upset. And I know people talk about, you know, the bad apples. And there's a lot of good cops, don't get me wrong. We've seen a lot of the stories in recent weeks about just heroism, about police officers. They keep us safe. You can't deny that. Anyone who says that all cops are bad is just nonsensical. They're not even in the realm of reality. They're just reactionary, and they're just ideologically saying things. Cops are very important. They really do. They put their lives on the line constantly to save people. They rush into danger. I was watching a great movie called Crash the other day that really reflected on the nuances of all this, actually. It was a very moment of historical serendipity, now that I think about it. Towel Girlfriend really liked it. I thought it was a great film. No, what gets me about this... Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney are some of the longest-term protesters on the ground who have been supporting Karen and other folks, and Sandra and others who have been victimized by this regime, which wasn't just the DA's office or the state police. It was the local police, state police, the DA's office, etc., all enabling this culture. Hello, Mr. Monk's understudy. It's so good to see you. Yeah, Kitty Coco, I think Good did know to resign. Indeed. One of these people resigned the day before this came out. By the way, this came out as some of the other witnesses that had been supporting Proctor were in, they weren't in court. Their lawyers were in court. Their suit was in court this morning in front of Judge Gildea in Plymouth. This came out like 20 minutes before that hearing started. And there's a candidate forum tonight in Canton. I think Michael Proctor supporters might have some questions. I think Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney might have some questions for some of Greg Connor and Michael Proctor supporters tonight. Oh, that's going to be quite an interesting candidate forum. Somebody should come pick me up. I'll come down to Canton. I'll call Tommy. We'll go for a ride. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney, I'm thinking about coming down. I'm going to have to, eat some extra dinner, stay awake. It's past my bedtime. But I'm thinking about coming down to Canton, Towel in Canton tonight. Tonight seems like an appropriate night for Towel to come to Canton, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney? We gotta call Tommy. He'll come get me. We gotta give him a little time. How much time does he got? 5 hours? I bet we can get him to do it. Tommy, if you're watching, just hit me up. Let's go. Oh, he might be in Florida. Is he back? We gotta find somebody who's around. Hashtag bring Towel to Canton. Alright. Anyway, yeah, so there's a candidate for him tonight. It's going to be epic. You don't understand. Karen timed this. She's very smart. And she's got lawyers around her that are very smart. They timed this so tonight would be epic. Alright, Adam Deutsch is going to be there. Greg Connor is going to be there. I don't think Greg Connor is going to get more than 7% of the vote, but it's still like a Deutsch-Connor race. Greg Connor's people were definitely going to go there tonight and run their mouth at Adam Deutsch. Oh, now it just got completely flipped. Karen's a genius. I really do want to go. Hashtag let's send Towel to Canton. It's a long way, but if Tommy wants to go, I'll go with Tommy. Hello, Pam Murphy. Shelley, there is a candidate forum for the Norfolk County DA primary, which is in September of 2026, just 3 months away. A reminder, if you are Republican or unenrolled, or if you are Republican, you can switch to unenrolled in order to vote in that primary in Norfolk County. But that is tonight. I forgot Karen timed this. She's so smart. I got a text. Let me see if I can get a ride down there. I don't really want to make my own way down there. I'll text someone. We might be able to do it. Hashtag bring Towel to Canton. Alright, let's get back to the... Let's get back to the document. So the quicker we get through the document, the more likely it is I can go to Canton. Trust me, you want me to go to Canton. It'll be freaking hilarious. I'm hilarious. Oh, I bet they're not even going to go. Proctor's people are going to bail. They don't have the stones. They're not going to go in light of this. I'm going to print this document out, bring it tonight, and I'm just going to read it at them on camera if they show up. It's going to be great. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Then I'm going to sit there with Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney and laugh. Alright, let's keep going. So that, I made it through one of the quotes. There's 70 before I got really mad. The second quote. from Proctor. Quote, my new vice president, I'm pretty sure at the state police, is a malignant... I'm pretty sure he meant malignant. Like malignant as in a tumor. Malignant C word. I pray to the heavens that some effed up insect from the Amazon crawls up her sexual organ, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. What? Bro, what type of content are you consuming late at night, Mr. Proctor? Look, I know that a lot of like the private intel ops that were being run were based on like, you know, movie plots and stuff like that. You know, the picture of somebody's mom when they were pregnant being sent out as a Christmas card, like that was a movie plot. Some of the other stuff. But like, bro, what are you watching? First of all, like, why are you thinking about this? I don't understand. Like, what? The brain doesn't just sui generis or autopoietically, self-generating, come up with these ideas. You have to have like an anchor to generate this type of imagery in your brain and make it like relatively recent. Why are you thinking about, first of all, in the context of your boss, why are you thinking about her being eaten from the inside out by insects through her sexual organs? I mean, listen, you gotta, like, what? I don't know what to tell you, folks. I analyze a lot of stuff. Some stuff that makes no sense whatsoever. Just like gratuitous death in the context of war. I'm speechless. We're two quotes in. I'm speechless. Because to actually analyze it, you got to understand, to write it up, I need to tell people, like, the public interest of it. I'm not sitting there really thinking, like, ruminating on what was in this man's mind. I'm trying to just write up what they were saying. What do you have to be watching to come up with this statement? Like, what were you watching a snuff film? I don't understand. Right, and this is just a sampling. We don't actually know what the full record looks like. Yeah, I'm going to take it slow, because this is very traumatizing, and I censored out as much as I could. Oh, that's smart. Mr. Sweeney, that is smart. If I can coordinate it, I can actually do the purple rail. If I can coordinate it, I will. I might. So Tommy's been trying to go for a ride with me forever. I might just text him and be like, let's do it. We can get dinner on the way down or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It is last minute, but it's so worth it in light of this document. We'll figure it out. And I do kind of want to come down there and just see it. I need to, observe it to understand the vibe, to report correctly. Sean Good then said biggest C word and then S word. Not SH, but SL. Michael Proctor... oh, goodness. Oh, God. Oh, God, give me strength. I don't know if I can do this next one. I'm going to do my best. This was a state cop. I need you to understand. Referring to his then girlfriend's rectum. I can't even effing get near that thing. I make every effort possible. I wait till she's asleep and I try to get at it. I try every effort possible. I try to get her hammered. I can't get anywhere near it. It's starting to piss me off. It's not cool. Dude, have you considered maybe she just wasn't into that? Hold on one second. Hello. Sorry, that was Towel Girlfriend. You know, obligations. Oh, I see what it is. Is my mouse not... give me 1 second. It's gonna freeze for a second. Hey, look at that. Hold on. Hold on. I don't like how my microphone is working. It's not doing it what I want. There we go. I was wondering. Oh, God bless you, Tiffany Bob. I do have Pete Bunny Towel here. No, it was just Towel Girl. Not just. It wasn't an emergency. Towel Girlfriend was just calling. I wanted to say hello. And then I realized when I went to mute, I had to use my manual mute because my microphone was not actually working. You were getting my microphone from my computer, which is not nearly as good. Now you have my actual mic. Yeah, pick a handle. It's good to see you. I think we all... So we're going to get a little more mental decompression breaks than normal today because, well, this is going to be rough. Hello, Towel Girlfriend. It's so good to see you. And God bless you, Tiffany Bob. You are so wonderful. Thank you for supporting this stream. I was so happy to see you today, Tiffany Bob. You're wonderful. And Towel Girlfriend's here. The whole gang is here. You're all so wonderful and appreciated. We're going to need a few trauma breaks. This is going to get bad. I can't believe what I just read. I mean, I'm a little bit perturbed. A little bit perturbed is an understatement. I guess finding a woman who had his similar sexual preferences was not even on the table. So that, I don't like that at all. All right, the next one's pretty bad. Here we go. Quote. I went into Canton High this morning to get a transcript and saw more N-words in 10 minutes than the 4 years I spent there combined. This is Michael Proctor speaking. Everywhere I looked, there was... Do I really have to say that? I really don't want to say that. Everywhere I looked, there was monkeys running around. I wanted to ask the woman in the guidance office, where were all the white kids? Question mark. Where the F did all these N-wordlets come from? Question mark. I feel disgusting. I feel gross. I don't like... We made it through... I feel really gross. I feel disgusting. I can't believe my mouth said those words. I don't like having to do this. I think it's important. Hello, JRP. It's good to see you. JRP, we have a precarious and oscillating ceasefire, non-ceasefire. If any missiles are launched from Hezbollah towards Lebanon, you'll see them. But I'm reading a court document right now. I don't believe there have been any major attacks in the last hour. But Hezbollah did fire missiles at North Israel after Sheikh Nasrallah gave his speech at 8 a.m. this morning Eastern Time, 3 p.m. in Lebanon. I do have that speech. We could do a war review or a catch-up tomorrow at breakfast. But I got to cover this document. It's an important document. Indeed, it gets a lot worse. Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney, it does. Sean Good, in one of the messages, says, eat a black sexual organ. Michael Proctor says, in another message, that, quote, that lady was an absolute C-word, rag, N-word, who had it in for me for some reason. We're going to find out he was talking about the woman at the Boston police who was part of the background check that he went through before he got hired by the state police. That's a good question, towel girlfriend. Karen alleges that Norfolk DA has been hiding these from the public. Pick a handle. It's so good to see you. Next quote from Sean Good. Stupid, ugly, G-word. Now, a lot of people, some people outside of the U.S. might not know this word. It is a slur for Asian Americans. It's a slur for Asian people. It's a very bad slur. It's almost unheard of these days. It came out of the Vietnam era. A lot of people who fought in Nam or who were around in the 70s and 60s would use that word. But you're talking like military veterans mostly, and like very hard nationalist, like extreme nationalist. It's a word that is not common parlance. Even among people who you might hear use slurs, that word is almost unheard of. It's exceptionally vulgar. I can't tell you the last time before I read this document I heard anyone use that slur anywhere, in movies, on TV, stand up, on the internet. It's just not you. First of all, it's outdated. And second of all, it's so offensive. I don't really even know how to explain it. I know some words mean different things in different countries. This word in an American context that starts with a G and ends with a K. No, I don't like. This word I find very offensive. I won't be saying any of the slurs, but I'm explaining the cultural context because people have let me know that in other countries this word doesn't exist really. It's a very specific post-1968 American slur. But yeah, I just want folks to understand the gravity of using that word. It's not passive. It's not, there's no joke context. Well, first of all, none of these are jokes, clearly. But it's not passive. It's a hard slur. I don't know what to say. It's very hurtful. Indeed, pick a handle. My pleasure. But yeah, I just want folks to know. Americans, the reason why I'm so shocked, this is how most Americans will react. We just don't use language like this in common parlance. We don't. People don't talk like this. It would be considered exceptionally, like, uncouth. You probably, if you said some of this stuff in public, I mean, people might not hit you because they would not resort to violence, but they would be very mad. You would have like a riot on your hands. If you would actually incite a riot if you said half this stuff. All right, let's continue. Michael Proctor talking about the town of Randolph, which, by the way, is a very nice place. It's such an odd thing to say about Randolph. Like, the town of Randolph is quite pleasant. I don't know, like, this guy, I don't know. I don't know where he got some of this stuff, because I've been around. I go down to, like, Brockton sometimes to the dispensary. They have very good prices down there because the land is so cheap for rent. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like, he's just like the whole town of Randolph, and this is what he says about it. It's a town in southern Massachusetts. Unfortunately, I know Randolph all too well. This is a quote from Michael Proctor. The place is a complete S-hole. It's filled with N-words. No good N-words. And by the way, we're 4 quotes in now. This one, I don't even know what to say about this next one. This is from Sean Good. This is just a sampling. Then we'll get into the actual quotes. Quote from Sean Good, the former Canton police sergeant. She's a Jew, so she definitely puts out. I didn't even know that was a stereotype. Now, whatever you may think about immigration law, by the way, we've talked about it on here in the past. I've explained. I'm only here because my family in the late 1800s were fleeing Russian pogroms in Lithuania. Well, they weren't actually from Lithuania, but when you fled Russian pogroms, the farthest west you could go before you hit the water was Lithuania. So my family, half of my family were Jews that were fleeing Russian pogroms. And the only reason, now when they got here, they couldn't pronounce their name, so that's why I'm Ellis. But anyway, unrelated to that, a lot of immigrants throughout the years have faced ebbs and flows in the amount of immigration that has been allowed in America. We've had periods in like the 1800s where we had a lot of immigration. We had periods in the early 1900s where there was less immigration. In fact, there was a lot of laws that restricted immigration based on like quotas on a per country basis. Then we had some time in like the post-war years where there was like more immigration. Then we had less immigration. Then we had more after the Republican Revolution of 1992. There was a time when Republicans were very pro-immigration because it facilitated American industrial capacity, etc., etc., etc. Whatever you may think about the immigration debate, what this man is about to say is completely unacceptable. And I don't know really anyone who talks about it this way. And if they do, they don't talk about it in polite society. Proctor says thus, deport their asses. I don't care if they are here legally or what their excuse was. Effing deport those sand N-words. Excuse me? So, that's a slur for Middle Eastern people. So you just want to deport all the people from the Middle East. Just all of them. This is bordering on actual, you know what I'm going to say. This is bordering on the mentality that led to pogroms. Yeah. You're not wrong, none yet. Hey, bootlegging was popular in the 30s. Hello, Illuminatus Prime. Good to see you. I needed that mental decompression break about the Kennedy's money. Thank you, Nanya. Alright. Proctor uses a slur that I'd never even heard before. I'd heard the first word. It starts CH and ends with a K. It's a vile slur. And then he combines it with a slur for mentally disabled people and creates a new slur. So they were so bad, they were creating new slurs. Alright, Proctor would like to talk a little bit about, frankly, a city that reminds me of the show Home Improvement. But listen, I guess Michael Proctor really doesn't like the entire state of Michigan. Like and specifically the city of Detroit. I don't know what Detroit did to him specifically, but he really doesn't like Detroit. So let's... that's an understatement. Let's read the quote. Quote, Detroit should be destroyed. How dare you? Wait, what is this man? A freaking Canadian? I knew it. He's been trying to give Detroit to the Canadians the entire freaking time. I knew it. He just wants to give it away to those Canadians. I was on to them. I knew Detroit was the key to all of this. You see what I'm saying? Detroit was the only American city to ever have a foreign flag raised above it during the War of 1812. The British didn't even raise the flag over Washington. Just the damn Canadians over Detroit. And Proctor just wants to give it away. I knew it. I knew it was a conspiracy involving the Canadians. Where is water under the fridge? Damn fake Canadians. Detroit should be just... This is quoting Michael Proctor. Detroit should be destroyed, along with places like Flint, Michigan. They are breeding grounds for N-words to run wild. Excuse me? Excuse me? First of all, we're not getting rid of the entire state of Michigan. Judge Middleton works there. What would Judge Middleton say if he read this? Michael Proctor didn't want to listen to this man. Like, let's just destroy it. Oh, God, imagine if he was in the military. What was he going to do? Turn the missiles on Detroit? Oh, somebody protect Detroit. Won't somebody think about Detroit? Oh, this is outrageous. Listen, the entire state of Michigan is going to rise up personally against Michael Proctor. They're going to have marches in the streets. They're worried the state police from Massachusetts are going to destroy them now. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. What the hell? What am I even reading? The first sentence alone is ridiculous. The second part of it makes it horrifying. This anti-American. Anti-American. Wait till you hear what else he says about the Jews. Oh, you're going to be really mad. At one point he says he blames America for stopping Hitler. I'm not kidding. Oh, that's so nice of you, TA Sarah. You tell your mom you did an excellent job and you're the greatest TA ever. All right. The next quote is from Sean Good. It says, Jew effer. Okay? The next one is from Michael Proctor. It is incredibly offensive. Okay? It should be punch a blank day in Canton today out of retribution. Any, and I think this is a slur, but I don't know, so I'm not going to say it. Any SHINEUC, blast it in the face. Close quote. Blast it. Wait, in retribution for what? What day was this sent? Don't tell me this was sent on the day of, like, the George Floyd protests. What were they, just going out and shooting black people? Oh, my God. Oh, my dear God. This is a liberal state. This is as liberal as you're going to get. Oh, yes, Bunny, and these aren't just text. Bunny Towel Mom and Kofi and Bo. These are audio messages. They're like voice notes these cops were sending, Proctor and Good. We're going to hear we're going to hear them saying it. Listen, we need the dates of some of these. Like, what day did Proctor say it should be punch an N-word day in Canton today out of retribution? Any, and I'm pretty sure that's a slur, SHINEUC, blast it in the face. First of all, what? He didn't think black people are human? They're it? And then, at the same time, what is he saying they should be retaliating for? What is he seeking retribution for? He was just going to kill black people? I don't understand. Like what? They were just like, oh, there's some protest. I need to know the date of this message. Like, what was he like? Oh, there's a protest in Detroit or something, like because of George Floyd. So let's just go shoot black people. Is this can't be real? Was a black person shot that day? We should probably look into that. I'm starting to think that these cops were just shooting black people. I'm a little bit worried about that because that seems to be what they're saying. More than just who they investigated, were they just literally summarily executing people? And then just being like, oh yeah, he had a gun. Oh no. Oh, this is very bad. The governor probably has to say something. Yeah, this is really bad. The governor's in a lot of trouble, actually. She's got to address this, or it's going to look like she enabled it. Because, frankly, she was at the helm for like 3-4 years of this nonsense. She's got to fix this. It could cost her the election. It's going to fall. The buck stops with her. She's in charge. She's the chief law enforcement officer. She's in charge of the state police. Oh, no. Well, frankly, Massachusetts deserves it. That's what you get when you run a one-party state. They were sanctimonious liberals the whole time. I told you all, they were never really liberals. They don't actually care about equality and all that stuff. It's just words they use to get power. In reality, you come to them and tell them this stuff, their first question, in my opinion, most liberals, is going to be, is it a PR problem or can we make it go away quietly? They don't care about the actual values. That's why I get so mad. It's weird to be more right-wing but also have a heart, because I don't understand. There's no room in American politics right now for actually authentically, caring about people. It's a lot of money on one side, which we need, we need good economics. I understand. And then on the other side, that's why I'm not a Democrat, because on the other side, it's just sanctimonious nonsense. They don't actually care about the values they're espousing, and their policies are vacuous, and they're hurting America. This is also hurting America, specifically because of what the liberals are enabling. When you have vacuous policies, when you don't actually care about the values you're espousing, this is what you get. God knows how many people met their death in this state and then had it blamed on them. Justin Root comes to mind. Executed summarily, and then how many of them were blamed for their own death because the people who were supposed to investigate it did it. I'm so mad. Let's go to the next one. Alright, you can see that there was just one text that was just a slur. The next text is from Michael Proctor. It says, all, and then it uses that G word slur again, that ends in K, have shrubs between their legs. Bro. What? Do I even want to know what massage parlors you were going to, Mr. Proctor? Do I even want to know? Why would you know? First of all, why would you say that? I feel like the reaction to every one of these texts, the first reaction is, why would you say that? There's no rational way to analyze this, by the way. I just have to read it. I feel like it does a disservice to the abhorrent nature of it to not analyze it. But I don't even know what to say about that statement. It's offensive. It's wrong. I don't know where you would come up with that, or why you would refer to humans that way, or why you would think that. Are you just walking around, are you just running into, half-naked Asian women on the regular? Are you inspecting them? You know what I mean? How do you analyze that statement? It's an absurd, hurtful, racist statement. It's wrong. It's disgusting. Hello, Bailey Love. It's good to see you. I need that mental decompression break. This has been a little rough, and we're not even close to done. I do want to spend a little time with Towel Girlfriend, though, so let's try to get through this. Oh, no, I have to read the worst one. Oh no. I don't really want to read this one. This one really hurt me. I led with this one in my story because it hurt me to my core. What I'm about to read to you, I don't think there's a way to describe it. It's probably one of the most hurtful things I've ever seen anyone write or say anywhere. I've been around forever. My friends literally created the internet in the 90s, what you know as the internet. I've seen the dredges of society over, like, when the Wild West was around, when you could just say whatever you wanted on those news groups. I've never seen anything like this. From a man who swore to an oath to defend the Constitution. He's a state trooper. He took an oath. This is not a civilian. If a civilian said this, my first question would be, are they, like, stable? They okay? A man who swore an oath. This is borderline traitorous. I haven't gotten sufficiently mad about this yet, actually, so I'm going to yell about this after I read it. I am 37, Bailey. Thank you very much for asking. I just had a birthday, actually, a couple weeks ago. I am Italian. And this is what Michael Proctor said about this country. My country. His country. Quote, America sucks. Next part of the quote. Hitler was really onto something. Then the effing US had to step in and ruin it. It's the worst thing I've ever... He took an oath to the Constitution of the United States. People died to protect that Constitution, fighting those people. For that... That is just so wrong. I can't put into words how hurtful that statement is. It combines so much hurt in one statement, it's almost impossible. It disgraces... A lot of people died. Hundreds of thousands of people died. From this country alone. Not to mention all the people that died in the camps and in the war. And he thinks our country sucks because we beat the Third Reich. And he's mad because we stopped the Third Reich. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Is there some, like, network of traitorous, like, fascists in the United States? And I'm not talking about... This is why I get so mad when people throw around that word just to critique political opponents. Stop doing it. Because there might actually be fascist sects, like, hiding in the country. They could be liberal, Republican, it doesn't matter. And they had guns given to them and paid for with our tax dollars. And they were out there like a modern Wild West with no checks and balances, and every single system that was supposed to hold them accountable just looking the other way. Because it wasn't a public PR problem for the system. We got a lot of rot here, because I guarantee you it wasn't just them. This is bad. This is really bad. 6. Indeed, throughout the course of their friendship, which dates back to high school, Good and Proctor bonded over the warped prism through which they both view their surroundings and the individuals they encounter in their personal and professional lives. These distorted worldviews were shaped by unimaginable hatred and intolerance, through which they dehumanized others, often wishing violence or death on them, demeaning them, or even suggesting planting evidence on them to cause them harm. 7. In written and recorded audio conversations beginning in 2013, wow, the year the Massachusetts State Police hired Proctor, and when Good was already an officer with the Canton Police Department, and for almost a decade later, so from 2013 through 2023, these two law enforcement officers referred to community members whom they encountered as C-words, fat C-words, real C-words, N-words, dirty N-words, N-wordlets, referring to children, stupid, ugly G-words ending in K, C-words ending in K, C-words ending in K, and then a slur for mentally disabled people. A slur I don't remember. Oh, I don't even remember what this one was. An S and then it ends in an S. And then one that starts with a J and ends with a K. I think that was like a compound slur. There were so many slurs, I just had to start blanking them all out of the document. It was that offensive. There's a line there where if you tried to read it with like just straight through, you would read it this way. These two law enforcement officers often referred to community members whom they encountered as bleep, fat bleep, real bleep, bleep, dirty bleep, bleep, stupid, ugly bleep, 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 and bleep, bleep. Hello, beautiful truth. So good to see you. I never will give up. God bless all of you. Proctor and Good believed these folks were polluting the neighborhoods in which they lived and worked and where they eventually served. They did more than just subscribe to and act in conformance with their bigotry. They actually memorialized in writing and voice messages to their like-minded friends. Not a few communications, thousands of them. 8. They discuss sharing private nude pictures of women and intentionally What? Oh, Lord Jesus, please help me. All right. I need to take a breath. Hello, Ghost. Good day to you as well. God bless you. All right. I can't believe what I'm about to read. These people, I'm going to have to really compose myself because I'm going to start yelling. Now, I don't really want to yell. They did what? Number 8. Proctor and Good discuss sharing private nude pictures of women and intentionally ejaculating on women while they slept. Why do we have a constitution? Why do we have checks and balances? Why do we have internal affairs? Why do we have courts? Why do we have the Attorney General? Why do we have the governor? Why do we have the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice? So stuff like this doesn't happen. My country has failed these victims. This can't go on. They were right. Lawyers bloviate a lot, but Seligson and Jackson were right. This is actually one of those moments. It either stops now. It was like that attack on Kuwait. The whole dynamic of the war changed after we didn't do anything after Kuwait's airport was bombed. This is one of those seminal moments. This document. This is absurd. It was going on for years. And these people had not just arrest power, they had guns. They had a license to kill people. They had they had the authorized use of violence on behalf of the state. And it's one of the most liberal states. It's worse than anyone could have imagined. And this is only the tip of the iceberg, trust me. You think we've seen the tip of the iceberg and this is the iceberg? No. We saw the initial tip of the iceberg. Now we see a little bit more of the iceberg. There's like some kind of global evaporation. The aliens took the water. Who the hell knows? I can't explain. This is some kind of metaphor. Just go with it. The point is, the actual iceberg is going to hit everything you know. Judge Krupp was in the freaking Epstein files. Judge Krupp was the one who signed the search warrant for some of these cases. They love Judge Krupp in that Norfolk DA's office. I wonder why. What the hell was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell doing? Setting up a network. Maxwell was the property manager. Epstein was the drug peddler and pimp. What the hell were they doing in Massachusetts and Stoughton? Bruh. I know where the 3 bars were. Stoughton, Dedham, Boston. All owned by a similar group of people. What the hell was Maxwell doing scouting property for brothels where you'd go to the restaurant and order girls from the server? Bro, this was industrialized human trafficking, industrialized child abuse, and industrialized drug trafficking. That's why we can't get answers about Epstein, because they're still around. I'm trying to figure out what it was. So the best I can understand, they're very militant. They seem to all share like this like racist, not even like nationalist. They don't care about America. They're just very into like white people, like very like they're into like pure bloodlines, and like they're really weird. Like they like really like the idea that someone else is responding to their control drama type thing. They're like energy vampires. And they're into like voodoo dolls. And I think they're into like the occult. That's the best I can discern. They're very into like, I wouldn't say Freemasonry, but I do think Hank Brennan's a Freemason because he wore the damn checkerboard socks with the owl cufflink. What are you doing, Hank? You're kind of making it a little too obvious. But it's more than that. Freemasonry is just a branch of like Babylonian cults that mostly were worshipping like Lucifer, whose son is the devil. They're all into like worshipping the light and this notion that like you are God and there's no God outside you. They're very selfish, do what thou will. But the point is, these people, they share a common theme. They're like very extremist. They don't have loyalty to country. They have loyalty to ideology and bloodline. It's weird. And then they have loyalty to like, how do I explain it? Like the people that do bad stuff with them. So it creates this like very entrenched circle of power. And it's like wear one face in public, wear another one behind the scenes. It's like Kant's public and private reason distinction on steroids for malicious purposes. And it's kind of like Dream Story, which is about 1880 in Vienna, or Eyes Wide Shut if you want to look at the modern interpretation by Kubrick. It's just kind of like the people you think are doctors, lawyers, cops, whatever, surgeons. Yeah, I'd say some of them are, but a lot of them actually have this different life that they live. I think it mostly revolves around like neo-paganism. They're very into like the solstice in the summer. They really like to like worship owls, like burn their cares from the year before. They do a lot of ritualistic sacrifice. It's very real. You can look into the Bohemian Grove if you don't believe me. Doghouse Camp, Sahara Camp. I'll tell you the names of the people in the camps if you want. Don't think it was a coincidence that Jeffrey Epstein was operating out of Zorro Ranch in Nevada and Governor Joe Lombardo is in Sahara Camp. Clarence Thomas is in Doghouse Camp. Anyway, my point is, then they also meet in the winter. They do this thing called like the Bracebridge dinner or something at the Alwanahi Hotel in Yosemite. There's like a public version of it and a private version of it. The private version is very ceremonial. It involves like neo-pagan traditions. It's very centered around like ceremonial worship, and that's the theme all these people share. They're very into like control, but for nefarious purposes, and it seems like they all like value temporal power in structures of government so that they can do things like in their private lives without being held accountable. And it seems like you get initiated into it and then work your way up. That's the best I can understand. And like, it's not really that hard to understand if you trace the lineage of how power works. If you look at Harvard finals clubs, just to give you, I need a break before I go back to more of this horrifying language. The way Harvard finals clubs work is, so Harvard doesn't have frats. Harvard finals clubs actually predate frats. I think frats were invented in like the 1700s as we know them today. Harvard has finals clubs, and it started because this kid hung a pig out a window. It seems odd, but the dude hung a pig out a window in like 1674, and he didn't want the chaplain like of the Harvard College to know. It wasn't called Harvard back then, I don't think. Maybe it was, I don't remember. The point is, it originally had a charter from the king. It became Harvard because the guy who gave him their first library was named John Harvard. Anyway, so Porcellian is one of the finals clubs because this kid hung a pig out a window. They're odd there. But anyway, these finals clubs, there's only 8, 16, 24 people in each finals club. 8 rising sophomores get to join each year, and there's 8 clubs, so 24 times 8, 16, 24, 240, 4 times 8 is 8, 16, 24, 32, like 272 people maybe in total across all these clubs. These are clubs that brag about rejecting presidents, rejecting, powerful people. The Roosevelts couldn't get in, Kennedys couldn't get in, etc. So anyway, there's 8 of them, okay? And the way that it works is each of them has a president, and then each of those presidents is a member of an internal club. Now, for some reason, I have it committed to memory that the name of that club is called Delta Kappa Epsilon, but if you look at the public-facing literature about DKE at Harvard, it doesn't appear to be that. But I just looked into this literature when I was at the Rare Books Library one time down there. You can read Aristotle first edition in the original Greek there, but you gotta know people, but it's cool. Anyway, my point is, the way those clubs function is each of the presidents is in an inner circle club, and so that's kind of the way soft power works in the real world. You have an inner circle club that sets the tone, and then there's these overlapping concentric social circles where the president goes out and then gives the marching orders, right? And then those people set the tone throughout the rest of society. So it's a chicken and an egg question. I think a lot of it came over from the British aristocracy, which of course pays homage to the fact that this neo-paganism is very popular. It's how the aristocrats kind of operate. They're very into this stuff, and a lot of it's reflected in extremist ideology, racial purity, bloodline purity, sacrificial worship, voodoo dolls, controlled drama. They really feed off other people's energy, and they really like to prey on it, to get I don't know, some feeling. I'm not into that shit. But anyway, the point is, that's where I think a lot of it, people mistake it as neo-Nazism. I don't think it's that. I think that's part of it. They mistake it as fascism. I think that's just part of it. It's this overarching structure of control that is less loyal to any one particular viewpoint or even country or whatnot. It's more just loyal to itself, and it centers on a lot of horrifying behavior, some of which is being reflected in these texts. But I just want to be clear. I think we're going to find out, especially in this state. I don't know why Massachusetts was the epicenter of it. I guess MIT played a big role, Harvard, Epstein was there, etc. And I think it's the center of a lot of politics. People don't realize there's 3 centers of power in the United States. I suppose 4. Washington, D.C., L.A., New York, and Boston. Boston is the center of old school political power, the Brahmins, the people whose name you see in the paper when they're born and when they die, and that's it, the old money. The people who wouldn't let Gloria Vanderbilt into their party, so she created her own parties. That's where the list of 400 came from. Anyway, they've been around forever. I think this is like part of it. It explains the vitriol. It explains the protection. It explains like the rallying the troops, the money, the dark money, the private intel firms, the connections between all the cases. And I think it goes, whatever it was that Epstein was involved with, I don't know what this was. I really think it was a bunch of Baal worshippers, like just a bunch of cultists who thought they could take power and hide in plain sight if they just pretended they were like the rest of us. And that, I think we're just seeing it collapse. I don't think this all would have collapsed the way that it did without the Epstein files. I think the feds being involved with the investigation of all this was very important to putting all this together. But frankly, I don't think this would ever have been put together the way that it was without the Epstein files. Because you never would think that Jeffrey Epstein was in Canton and Stoughton. You just wouldn't think it. But it's the missing piece that explains it. For example, from Justice Served, Michael Bryant, he was investigated by Jeffrey Epstein because Bryant was looking into Epstein in 2019. There's emails where Epstein's like telling his PI, like, find out who Michael Bryant is, like, who's that guy outside looking into me. Then, of course, Dr. Baden, who's Linda Baden, Michael Bryant's co-host on Justice Served, Dr. Baden, Linda's husband, did the autopsy for Sandra Birchmore's family that exposed the cover-up in that case as well. It's all tied in together. Who's going to write the modern Black Bass redo? Or is it already written in stone as it played out? All right. Professor Towel for president. Thank you, T.A. Sarah. All right, let's keep going. Sean Good, regarding Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, he said that she's a little C-word. Sean Good said that Governor Maura Healey can S his D. That's nice. Now, I think Governor Healey is a lesbian, so I don't think she wants to do that. But, you know, I'm sure she's going to be thrilled that one of the, well, he's gone now, but a police officer was, you know, even to his other police officer friends, including people in her chain of command, talking about how, you know, he wanted fellatio from her. She's probably going to be a little put off. I'd be a little upset. Speaking of people who might be a little upset, Sean Good, the former Canton police sergeant, when referring to Bob Kraft, I'm not really sure how this came up, the owner of the New England Patriots, he said he's a terribly C-word-y Jew. I'm sure Mr. Kraft was like, what the hell did I do, bro? Why are you taking shots at me, Sean Good? Seriously, Bob Kraft probably got a text like, Mr. Kraft, did you hear about this? What are these cops doing? I'm not giving him any more tickets. Bob Kraft's a nice guy. I remember one time, my grandpa and I don't know where we were. We were at some event. My mom was at some event. Mr. Kraft was there. And my grandpa, he just talks to all sorts of people. Mr. President, and goes up to Mr. Kraft. And Mr. Kraft just has these, like, it was like in the 1990s. I probably still have the tickets. Ooh, I bet I do, actually. Let me check. Hold on. So Mr. Kraft, I think I do actually have the tickets. Give me 1 second. So Mr. Kraft, he really liked service members or first responders. So Mr. Kraft, I remember, was talking to my grandpa. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I found it! This is it! I found it! Oh, this is so cool. Okay, so Mr. Kraft, he walks up to my grandpa. And he has like a suit on like me, right? And Grampy's like, it was the 90s. The hats weren't that good. But my Grampy was like, oh, I love the Patriots. So Mr. Kraft pulls out this ticket. It is his personal seats at the game. The ticket costs $0. Okay, that is a New England Patriots ticket stub from, what day was this? October 14th, 2001. So I was basically close, late 90s. Okay? Actually, was that Tom Brady's first season? It might have been. So I went to the Patriots game on Sunday, October 14th, 2001, and I sat right there, section 208, row 4, at the 50-yard line. It was the greatest seats I ever had, and I just watched the game in Mr. Kraft's seats, and that's the ticket that Mr. Kraft gave to my grampy. I knew I had it. You don't understand. I have a very good memory. I have all sorts of tickets from over the years. Let's see, what else do I have? Yes, what year was this? Yes, the year the Red Sox won the World Series. There's a ticket from the Red Sox 2004 season, a hard ticket. Bet you haven't seen one of those before. That's from 22 years ago. Anyway, this is a nice mental decompression. Tal's been around. Oh, here's something else cool. So this is a ticket. Is this from last century? When is this from? September 7th, 2000. Here's a very old school Fenway Park ticket. I'm sure George is going to love this when he sees these. Anyway, oh, look at this. Here's tickets to the 600 Club during the All-Star game at Fenway. Yeah, all these are hard tickets. You used to actually get tickets to baseball games. I know. What a concept. Anyway, I've been around forever. Some of those tickets are older than some of you. All right, let's go back to reading. What a nice mental decompression break. What a nice trip down memory lane. Anyway, my point is, so Bob Kraft gave that ticket to my grampy, and apparently Sean Good does not like Mr. Bob Kraft and called him a terrible slur. Now, this one really upset me, all right, because I don't think it was said in jest at all. Sean Good says Anne Frank is a lying C word. Folks, Anne Frank was the young woman who... I've been to Anne Frank's house. I've been to the attic. If you go to Amsterdam, you just go around this corner. It's like or near this big glass building, and then there's just this house, and there's like hundreds of people outside. You got to get tickets. I've been inside. My dad and I went. So anyway, Anne Frank lived in an attic when the Third Reich invaded Holland. Because you got to remember, it started with, the Sudetenland, and then it went to, like, Poland, and then it went to Czechoslovakia, and then France, and then Holland. Like, they took over a large part of Europe. And so when the shock troops got to Holland, what they would do is the Dutch resistance would hide the Jewish people. It was very noble. And Anne Frank was a young woman who was hidden in a attic in Amsterdam. And I've been, it was very cramped. And the house, the floor is like tilted. It was really cramped in there. And she lived there for years. I think they were eventually found and she was brought to the camps and died. But her diary, because she hid it in the house, lives on. And he's saying there, the reason why this is such a disgusting remark is there is a trend in certain circles to deny the Anne Frank diary. It's like an obscure, very militant like form of neo-Nazism. It's almost non-existent. In fact, it's so obscure, but it does exist. And I'm telling you, that sentence right there is really bad. It implies like that someone was reading like hit commentary about that, like denial of the Holocaust, basically. It's bad. Steve Bartman, wasn't he the guy, Yoda's Green Waver, wasn't he the guy who jumped out over when Moises Alou was trying to catch the ball for the Cubbies and cost them that trip to the World Series? I forget who they were playing. I remember it maybe like the Marlins or something. It was back in the day, but I remember it. That was a big scandal. If that's what I'm thinking of, if it's the Cubbies Steve Bartman. Otherwise, I have no idea who Steve Bartman is. Maybe it's some obscure... then yes, I remember the incident well. The dude had the radio headphones on. My friend George is going to come watch a baseball game. It's going to be fun to talk about that. The Cubbies got their World Series eventually. I remember watching the Red Sox get their World Series. All right. I got to read, though. That's enough mental decompression breaks. Hi, Tower Girlfriend. You're wonderful. How you doing? Number 9. Put simply, they were then and are now completely and unquestionably, that's Good and Proctor, unfit positions of authority with MSP and CPD, much less to play important roles, or in Miss Reed's case, the primary role in homicide investigations. And despite that, CPD had received, reviewed, verified, and analyzed these same messages nearly a year ago. Wait, what? Sergeant Good remained employed with full rank as a sworn police officer by the CPD until 2 days ago. I understand due process, okay? But how... Oh, the people in Canton are going to be pissed. The town knew about this for a year and covered it up. Tiffany Bob, I wish my dear friend George well. We'll have to tell him all about the baseball discussion. All right. Let's continue. Number 10. On January 29, 2022, the state police and Canton police unleashed... Oh, Flow State. I love it, Angela. Look, the Flow State popped up above my head. That's so cool. You see it flowing. On January 29, 2022, God bless you, Angela. Thank you so much for your support. On January 29, 2022, the state police and Canton police unleashed these two misogynist bigots on Ms. Reed to work on the conflicted and corrupt investigation, quote unquote, scare quotes, into Ms. Reed. Oh, that's so cool. I can make the Flow State pop back up. Oh, another Flow State from DD Thames. Oh, my dear friend, that was so cool. We got a double Flow State. Oh, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. God bless you all for all your support in the jewels. In conflicted and corrupt, quote, investigation into the death of Mr. O'Keefe. Hello, Standing Stones. Yes, we're doing a trial document read at the moment. Good to see you, my dear friend, Standing Stones. God bless you. It's so good to see you. Oh, DD Thames. You are so wonderful, and God bless you, Angela Burke, as well. You're both so wonderful. Conflicted and corrupt investigation into the death of Mr. O'Keefe. It did not take long to trigger their hatred and target Miss Reed. Indeed, Proctor, Good, other police officers, and their respective organizations understood the assignment once their fellow cops and friends, Brian and Nicole Albert, Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, referred to as, quote, house defendants in Miss Reed's pending federal court action, falsely reported that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, never went inside the house, even though his face was battered and bruised, he had dog bites and scratches on his arm, and he had she's not letting go of the dog thing, and he had a severe laceration on the back of his head that could only have come from a backward fall onto a ridged surface in the house rather than a flat front lawn. Law enforcement began immediately targeting and framing the female outsider, Miss Reed. God bless you, Standing Stones. Listen, I can get along with all of that, but, I just want to say, you rest up, Standing Stones. Free Chloe. Free Chloe the dog in the wig. She's in Doggy Whitsec. All right? Free Chloe the dog in a wig. Number 11. As the state police assigned lead investigator, and without knowing any more about Miss Reed than she was an outsider and a female, Proctor openly exposed his ossified prejudice. Ossified. I don't even know what that means. They win the prize. They use a word that I don't know. Define ossified. What's it mean? We have a definition bot in the chat. Having undergone the process of ossification, transformation into bone. Oh, so like hardened. He's using it metaphorically. Ossified. That makes sense. That's a really good word. I'm going to add that to my repertoire. My lexicon is expanding. Any time someone teaches me a new word, they win a prize. Proctor openly exposed his ossified, so very hardened, prejudice when he described Karen to his group chat buddies as a R blank, whack job blank, with no ass that leaks poo. Oh yes, I do remember those from the trial. Whom they decided 16 hours into the investigation. Oh, caught a typo. So you taught me a new word, but I caught a typo. Whom they decided 16 hours in the investigation, into the investigation. So typo, page 6 of 87, paragraph 11, line 1, 2, 3, 4, word 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There should be a 2 after word 9 there. The investigation had zero chance of skating. That's right. She's effed, Proctor pronounced. Proctor intended to, quote, make the investigation cut and dry so he and his close-knit circle of friends could pin it on, quote, the girl. Oh, Mr. Monks, I'll definitely repost it. I think that it is pretty well advertised, but I will repost it. There is and I will mention it now, there is a candidate forum tonight in Canton. Shockingly, I think after this, I don't, turn to bone indeed. Towel girlfriend, very smart. 10 out of 10. 20 million bonus points. I don't think it's going to be what it was originally going to be, Mr. Monk's understudy. I think tonight was originally going to be combative with outsiders, support from people outside Norfolk County who want to support the current DA and Greg Connor causing trouble. I don't think they can tonight. They're going to get, rhetorically lit up. So I expect it to be lower key. I don't think they'll be dumb enough to send people there so that Connor can, Greg Connor and his people can get asked, hey, didn't Greg Connor take a picture with this dude who's talking about how America sucks? My question to Greg Connor tonight, if anyone goes, this is what you should ask. You should say, Greg Connor, you took a picture with a man named Michael Proctor. It was revealed today in a court filing that he said, quote, America sucks, and also that he thought the Third Reich should have been allowed to finish the job and that America was wrong to intervene. Do you agree, candidate Connor, that America was right to stop Hitler in the Second World War? Maybe I should go tonight. I'm thinking about moving down to Norfolk County. But seriously, that's a good question to ask. Just take quotes if you're going tonight to Canton, to the candidate forum for DA. None yet. That was me laughing. If you go there tonight, please do consider just take quotes verbatim from this document and be like, Mr. Connor, you took a picture with Mr. Michael Proctor. Do you endorse the following statement, quote, and then just read him it and then be like, is that something you support? Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney are going. They always ask good questions. I'll send Mr. Sweeney a message. I hope somebody broadcasts it. Tonight should be broadcast. I kind of want to go. I do, which means we have to get through this. We have a little more work to do. We don't have to. It's not actually that long. It's only 15 to 20 pages. You can't write that long of a complaint. You can if there's a lot of material facts, but most of this is attachments. So we're almost done, but we're about to get to the rapid fire part. So it's all been crescendoing to this. Yeah, but Nunya, don't let him off easy. Nunya, you got to drill him down and be like, is the reason you didn't take the Karen Reed case because you knew Michael Proctor said X, Y, or Z? One time, many moons ago, I was talking to Redacted about Redacted and specifically the preparations that Redacted do for Redacted. And I came up in the conversation, and this was many, many moons ago, many years ago. And Redacted says to me, when they talk to us about you, they tell us, all right, the kid's going to ask 3 preambles, all right? And then he's going to wrap it up and then pack all 3 preambles into a single question and then expect you to just go. And sometimes he puts a follow-up in the question. No amount of prep. You could have a team study me for 2 years at every press conference, and you still couldn't prep someone to have questions asked of them by me. I know, I might go down there. I don't want to Uber. It's just been a lot. We'll see. I got to get through this document, then I'll make a decision about going to Canton. All right, number 12. Immediately after Miss Reed's arrest, Good made the same type of sexualized and dehumanizing comments about Miss Reed's medical condition and physical appearance that he and Proctor peddled in the hallways of their organizations on a daily basis. Quote, Jesus, every girl will want a brain tumor, multiple sclerosis, and colitis if you can look like that in yoga pants after killing your boyfriend. Unquote. I think Karen had a brain tumor at one point. She does have MS. That came out during the trial, and she has colitis. I also have colitis. I sympathize a lot as a result. Two of my siblings don't have colons as a result of colitis. It's a very serious condition. It's also why Proctor was saying she leaked fecal matter, which is disgusting. If you had colitis, you wouldn't make fun of people with colitis. It's terrible. Do you know what it's like to not really like eating? Because your stomach just can only eat very plain things. And then you constantly have to be worried about colon cancer, especially if you have a family history of colitis. So it's just not fun. Especially if you haven't had a colonoscopy. You really shouldn't make fun of people with colitis. It's terrible. You know what it's like to get conscious sedation and wake up during a colonoscopy? It's terrible. At least going forward you could say that so they know that you need propofol, but you don't want to wake up during the middle of a colonoscopy. So let me just tell you, alright? How's that, Mr. Proctor? Maybe that'll give you some sympathy for people with the condition, and Mr. Good. Meanwhile, as Good pondered Miss Reed in yoga pants, Proctor seized Miss Reed's phone and launched immediately into a search for naked pictures of her, only to report back to his colleagues and friends, disappointingly, quote, no nudes so far. But, he wrote to others as the investigations began, he hoped that Karen, quote, took her own life. I changed that quote because I don't want to say that term. 13. MSP and CPD's investigative approach was born out of Proctor and Good's perverse and depraved pattern of singling out and vilifying an outsider while protecting the Blue Line and their families. This was, of course, made more palatable by dehumanizing Miss Reed. With the help of Good and CPD, Proctor and his colleagues at MSP, including his direct supervisor, Yuri Buchanan, conducted a fundamentally conflicted and corrupt investigation where the goal was to pin it on the girl, and which included rampant violations of policies, procedures, and ethical rules. For example, and as described further below, despite the overwhelming evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was inside the house at 34 Fairview Road, they did not search the home for blood, fingerprints, or DNA evidence. The house was neither processed nor photographed by a forensic criminalist. Indeed, the investigators did not even walk into the crime scene house until a week later, and then only for a pro forma visit and brief interview of Nicole Albert. No effort was made to secure evidence from the Albert's German Shepherd, #FreeChloe, that's not in there, I just said that, even though Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the front yard with fresh and obvious dog bites and scratches on his right arm. Nor did Proctor, Buchanan, or their MSP colleagues conduct any physical examination of the House defendants or attempt to seize their phones. That's true, they let them turn over their phones with deletions and stuff. It was a little weird. Who is Chris Kelly and what is NCFI? Chris Kelly. I don't know the name off the top of my head. NCFI sounds like Norfolk County Forensic Investigative Services. We'll see. The investigators did not attempt to secure the crime scene, document evidence, collect biological material, videotape or record interviews, take DNA control samples, geolocate digital evidence at the scene, collect electronic devices, secure surveillance footage, create a crime scene log, or maintain even the most basic chains of custody in accordance with well-established investigative protocol. Worse yet, with the help of others at both MSP and CPD, Proctor and Buchanan manufactured evidence to ensure that Miss Reed was blamed for Mr. O'Keefe's death, intentionally diverting attention away from Proctor's friend and fellow law enforcement officers. This included planting evidence at the scene, on Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, and on Miss Reed's vehicle to support the House defendant's false narrative that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. Notwithstanding that the investigators knew Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with the motor vehicle strike and consistent with a physical altercation and dog attack. 16.
Among other failures, MSP and CPD's delegation of power and authority to those as biased, corrupt, and bigoted as Procter and Good led to Miss Reed being wrongfully accused of homicide for 3.5 years and subjected to suspicion, 2 arrests, 2 prosecutions, and public trials, and public condemnation. Indeed, with the exercise of ordinary care, which is the standard, you have to have a tort, you need to have a duty of care, okay? You need to have, which can be from like a statute or just like a common law duty of care. You have to breach the duty of care. There's shortcuts to breach, but you got to breach it. Then there's got to be a proximate cause between your breach and then the damages caused, okay? And then you got to have damages. So you see how this paragraph is you have to meet Twombly and Iqbal's plausibility standard under 12b-6. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but I did go to law school. To meet Twombly and Iqbal, to avoid a motion to dismiss under 12b-6, which is to say you have to submit a plausible allegation of a claim to survive a 12b-6. Everything that you need, he's going to do it over and over, but the lawyer in that paragraph puts enough to survive a 12b-6 on its face. You don't have to say exactly what you're claiming, but you don't have to say like, this is how much money I lost, this is what, not in the beginning, but to survive, like on its face, the pleading has to assert a duty, a standard of care, a breach of the duty or standard of care. Here it's a reasonably prudent person. That's why they're using the terms there, ordinary care. Then you have got to allege damages. Here she's saying that she was subjected to all this scrutiny, financial harm, etc. Then you got to establish a cause. There's got to be a causal chain between the breach of the duty and the damages, and it's all done in that like 4 sentences. Isn't that great? I don't know what that's very interesting. 3 Clerk Monty, the National Computer Forensics Institute. I've never heard of that. I'll have to look more into it. Please send me more information about that. You're always on the ball with that stuff. All right. 17. Incredibly, Procter himself acknowledged this fact in 2017 after 4 years on the job, telling his friends, quote, "No idea how I passed the background check." 18. Now, after being twice acquitted of all charges relating to Mr. O'Keefe's death, Ms. Reed brings this action to recover for and address MSP's and CPD's inactions, and negligent failure to ensure that justice was sought and served in the aftermath of January 29, 2022. Remember, you can commit a negligent action overtly or by omission. So you can do something that's negligent, or you can fail to do something, thus you are negligent. Negligence by omission is also a tort. Everyone understand? But just because you do something negligent doesn't mean there's a tort. You have to negligently, which is you have to do something a reasonably prudent person in a similar circumstance wouldn't have done. You have to breach the duty, and you have to breach the duty of care, all right? And then you can get there, all right? So if you do it by omission, you can still get to a tort, but you still have to survive the analysis of breach. Well, there has to be a duty, then breach, then proximate cause or cause, and then damages. Just because there's negligence does not per se mean there's a tort. Just remember that negligence is a standard for meeting a component of a tort. Now, it's not the whole tort. You could have a tort of negligence, but negligence is a standard within another tort. In this case, what's the mental status? You can negligently breach a duty. You can do it overtly through an action or by omission. Just remember that's going to come up a lot if you follow this civil case. Civil law is very different. Forget everything you know about criminal law. Throw it out the window. It's not going to help you here. Civil law is a completely different beast. It has different standards. It has different mental state requirements. It has different act requirements. It has different standards of evidence. It has different voting requirements for the jury. It has different analyses for damages versus the finding. It's very complex. We won't get ahead of ourselves. Let's start with the basics. Again, reinforcing, whenever we're talking about this, what is a tort? Okay, what is Karen alleging? There's a duty by statute or common law that has been breached. There are damages, and the breach of the duty is the proximate cause of the damages. Whatever the standard mental status may be, negligence, etc. Everyone understand? Why is it so different? That's a very good question. So, prior to 1937, there were different types of courts in America. We're not going to talk about the English system. I don't have time to explain it. There were different types of courts. There were courts of law, and there were courts of equity. Okay? Courts of equity dealt mostly with non-statutory money damages. Courts of law dealt with everything else, basically. I'm being very general. It's been a long time since I learned that specific thing. After 1937, there was something called the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Once that became a thing, courts of law and equity merged. And then you had one system in the civil context doing both equitable matters and legal matters, which they all are legal, but courts of law and equity merged after 1937. Because of that, the precedent that has evolved in the civil context is completely different and runs parallel to the precedent in the criminal law context. Criminal law, you have these equitable powers of the court that you deal with. You have some similar issues, but it's way more constitutional law, rights of the defendant, like rights of the accused during the different procedures of being arrested, indicted, tried. The evidentiary bar is much different. It's easier to get evidence in a civil case compared to a criminal case that's derogatory to the defendant. The defendant has more rights. The criminal track is separate because the defendant, unlike in a civil case, the defendant has far more rights in the criminal case, in the criminal context. Civil law originates basically from like property disputes and like governmental lawsuits against like states suing each other and like corporations suing each other, and then like land disputes like between like landed gentry. And then it evolved into this whole like complex system of torts. But the point is, that's why they're so different. You have different rights. Like, for example, in the criminal context, you have more rights than the civil context. The criminal context attaches certain amendments to the Bill of Rights, like the Fourth, the Fifth. Well, I guess the Fourth always attaches, but specific parts, the Fifth, the Sixth, and specifically case law, like what's called the progeny of case law interpreting those rights. They all apply when you're charged with a crime where there's a deprivation of a liberty interest at stake. So when the court is threatening to take your freedom, you get like a kicked up access to constitutional rights. When there's only money at stake only, you have less rights. If you juxtapose the wording of the Sixth Amendment and the Seventh Amendment, you will see that the Sixth Amendment covers your rights in the criminal context. Others do as well. But the Seventh Amendment specifically applies to trials in the civil context. There's a lot of language that's not in that Seventh Amendment. No right to a lawyer. All you do is you have a right to a trial by jury in civil matters over a certain amount. That's it. It's not a system that's meant to be used necessarily. It wasn't envisioned for like interpersonal disputes. It arrived there in time, but because of that, it's like an isolated silo. Some lawyers practice civilly and criminally. It's very rare. You either are doing civil practice or you're doing criminal practice. They're very different domains. And then within that, you're either doing like federal civil practice or state civil practice. It's easier to jump between those two because they're very similar. But or you're doing like state criminal defense, and then a very small percentage of defense lawyers do federal criminal defense, but it's very small. And likewise, a very small percentage of civil litigators do federal civil litigation because it's even harder than state civil litigation. So, my pleasure, pick a handle. I'm happy to explain. All right. And it is important to know where we are, like what we're talking about with the documents, about what Karen's doing with this document, etc., etc. All right. To be clear, however, this complaint transcends Ms. Reed's personal and actionable grievance. Rather, it is a clarion call. Oh, what a good word. A writer after my own heart. It is a clarion call for reform and accountability. Cloaked with the emblem of authority, MSP and CPD and their employees, Procter, Good, and others, betrayed their sworn commitment to uphold the law. Their prejudices undermine our very democratic principles in wielding the great force of government over those who are vulnerable and powerless. MSP and CPD's cultures of intolerance, hidden from the public but in plain sight within these organizations, cannot stand unchallenged. MSP and CPD are culpable and must confront the consequences of their institutional negligence. Now, you can see there's the plaintiffs, Karen, then the MSP. So, we had a slight frame drop. Hello. I'm back. So you'd think that would be the end of the facts section. Nope. We got a few more pages here. We're almost to the end, though. This is where it gets really intense. I don't normally see... I read a lot of complaints just because I like to learn. And I also went to law school, so I've read thousands and thousands of cases. You have to read a lot of cases in law school. I've never seen it done this way. Most of the time it's just the facts, and then you move on to the legal argument. She kind of loops it around, and then I think she explains in a footnote why she does it, so let's find out why. But it's very advanced motion practice. It's definitely allowed under the rules, or the clerk wouldn't have accepted it. But the point is, it's unique motion practice to do it this way. Very unique. All right, additional facts. Procter & Good's ingrained misogyny, racism, homophobia, anti-Semitism, and other biases. 28. By January 29, 2022, Procter & Good, both inveterate bigots? I would imagine that means like intractable, but I've never actually heard that word before, so inveterate. I don't even know what that means. You'll have to give me 1 second. I've never heard of that word before. 2 words now that I've learned in a single document. This is great. Nightbot, you don't have a definition for me? I'm going to have to look it up on my own. To fix and settle after a long time, to entrench. I got it from context. Alright, had long-standing and deeply held biases against women, as well as almost every other protected class of people other than white, male, non-Jewish police officers. Procter & Good's clear willingness and tendency to dehumanize, judge, and evaluate people and circumstances based on their hatred and biases significantly contributed to their willingness to embrace the narrative provided by the House defendants and target Ms. Reed, leading to the destruction of Ms. Reed's career, her financial stability, and her very freedom, as well as the emotional and physical harm caused by 2 years-long prosecution and trials for a crime she did not commit. Let me just read the footnote. Originally, Ms. Reed attempted to file all of her affirmative claims against all parties, including the town of Canton and MSP, in one action she filed in the Bristol Superior Court on November 17, 2025. That pleading contains all of the alleged facts sufficient to establish all claims against all parties. However, the town of Canton PD and MSP refused to waive the 6-month presentment period under MGL 258 Section 4, and by the time the presentment period expired, the House defendants had removed Ms. Reed's Superior Court complaint to federal court, where it is now pending. Because the Massachusetts State Police enjoys immunity from federal court jurisdiction, which means you can only sue the state police in state court, Ms. Reed cannot add these claims to the pending federal court action. It will probably come back down, but she can't do it now. Therefore, although Ms. Reed now brings this action separately in Bristol County Superior Court, relying on many of the same factual allegations already asserted, rather than set forth those same facts here again, Ms. Reed simply refers to and incorporates them by reference. She's expecting the federal case to come. So what she's saying there is that she wanted to just file these initially, but she couldn't back in November because she had to wait for the state police and the Canton Police Department to get through the 6-month period where the town, a government entity has 6 months to settle with you. If they say no, then you can sue them. So in this situation, Karen's saying, listen, I waited for the presentment period. By the time it ended, the other defendants had already removed my first case to federal court. I can't sue the state police in federal court. So, Your Honor, I have to refile this. I have to file this as a standalone state lawsuit. The state police can't remove this to federal court by rule because they're immune from federal jurisdiction. So, this case is going to stay in Bristol. What I foresee happening is the federal case is going to come back down. All right, the one Karen filed against the other House defendants. This case is going to go over to Plymouth, to Mark Gildea. The federal case is going to go down to Plymouth with Judge Gildea, and all of these cases are going to be consolidated because it is a fundamental waste of judicial resources to try this thing 4 times. They're going to try it once, consolidated in one court with one judge with one jury. I don't actually know how they're going to do it. I've never actually dealt with what's called sua sponte joinder. So the court, people don't realize this. You don't need a party to motion the court. The court has the inherent authority in the name of judicial efficiency to simply join cases. They can simply, the court, by its own order, can just be like, all of you, this is all related on our own order. We're just putting you all in front of the same judge. We're putting you all on the same docket. We're just making this the same case. Will they do it here? It really depends on your reading of the joinder rules. The joinder rules really refer to like an underlying nuclei of operative facts from which all of the derivative claims like spring forth. Here, yeah, I mean, I think there's a strong argument for like sua sponte joinder. I see all of them going in front of Judge Gildea on a single docket eventually. We're not trying this thing 4 times. I'm just telling you how the court's going to think about it. The court has its own. People don't realize the court has like administrative offices within it that make decisions in like constitutional ways in the best interest of the judiciary, which is an independent branch of government on the state or federal level. They actually have, people don't know this, but the court has, on the federal level in particular, has like its own administrative agencies. On the state level it does too, and that's why you get all these weird decisions coming out of like nowhere. Like, oh, this case is going to this judge by special assignment. That's because the court has internal checks and balances to protect its own resources. And you can't really challenge it because they're an independent branch of government. And they have a lot of leeway. But the question is the joinder of the cases. And this paragraph's very convoluted, but that's what the lawyer's telegraphing. He's like, Judge, it's probably going to come back down. We're filing it here. Karen filed it where she lived, probably. Bristol County's probably where Dighton is. But this is going over to Plymouth. I'm telling you right now, it's going over to Plymouth. If the Barnstable one went over to Judge Gildea in Plymouth, this is going over to Plymouth. And I don't think the federal case is staying in front of Judge Casper. That's going back down. It's called conflict of laws. Not really. That's the discipline. It's not a conflict of laws, but basically the federal court, you can claim that the case should be removed to federal court, but what happens most of the time is the federal court sends those kind of civil cases back down to the state court, and the state court can then apply certain elements of federal law. Vice versa, you can have a federal court apply state law. It's why when you're a plaintiff, picking the forum where you file the lawsuit's incredibly important, because every court, state courts can apply federal law, federal courts can apply state law, but where you file is incredibly important, because if you file in the wrong place, or if you file in a way that pisses somebody off, you can easily just end up very procedurally screwed. And that's what's going to happen. You don't waste the federal court's time by filing a motion to remove when the federal court is just going to send it back down to the state court. You make the federal court mad. Anyway, 29. Procter & Goods reservoir of vituperation, that's an extreme hatred, fed by their staggering prejudices and the extent to which they were willing to pass judgment on others based solely on gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation, are apparent from each of their contributions to the cesspool of abject hatred reflected in their group chats and email chains with their friends beginning in 2013. Below is a section of those messages. Here we go. 30. Messages sent by Procter. Even during MSP's hiring process, Michael Procter could not contain his bigoted views. 31. On February 26, 2013, Procter wrote to his friends, "Hey, blankheads, just wanted to give you two a heads up that you guys may get a call from a state trooper named Scott Cooper who is doing my background check. Don't know who, or which should be how, so they write sick, far back they are going to go with this stuff, but didn't want to have this guy catch you off guard." Procter's friend responded, "No problem, but what are we supposed to say? Last time the BPD, Boston Police Department lady, was grilling me for exact dates as to when and how long you lived in Brighton, how we paid rent, to who, etc. Anything specific we should be aware of." Procter responded, "That lady was an absolute C-word, rag, N-word, who had it in for Bear," referring to himself in the third person by his nickname Bear in his friend's group chat. Procter went by Bear? His nickname wasn't Chip, it was Bear? Talked to this guy for a half hour today, and I would be shocked he pulled the same S as her, just from how she acted with me on the phone. 34. Apparently MSP did not, quote, pull the same S as the BPD, who did not hire Procter during these interviews, because MSP hired Procter. It hired him at the time Procter was constantly sharing countless messages with his friends and other law enforcement officers that illustrate the extreme and aggressive prejudices and biases he held against women, people of color, the LGBTQ community, and others. Procter's views even polluted his thinking about MSP's hierarchy and leadership. If that person is, quote, if that person is black, they will probably make him the next colonel of the state police, close quote. 35. Much of Procter's aggression and hatred, however, was directed at women. In fact, from the time of his hire at MSP through the time he began investigating Miss Reed, Procter shared countless messages with his friends about his perspectives on women. A. Discussing a sexual partner not wanting to be ejaculated on, Procter said, quote, "That's when you..." Oh. He said what? Oh my word, I don't know if I feel comfortable reading that. That's disgusting. Why would he say that? It was both Chip and Bear. Thank you, Mr. Monks. Oh my word. That's when you W blank 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 off on her when she's asleep. Then tell her one way or another you will spray a rope on her. Oh my word. So, what was that guy? Tucker Max or something back in the day. Saying that stuff, it just shows it. Ropes are it's a very vulgar, outdated term. You might like use it if you were very into like, it's like the people. Let me use an anecdote, all right? I knew of a person who had a friend in high school. This friend was very machismo, and loved talking about Tucker Max or whatever the hell that book was. That was about the like ropers, like the 8 ropers that he would shoot on women. All right, this person turned out to be gay. I just want to, which is cool. You can be whatever you want. I don't care who you love, as long as it's not children or animals, bruh. You love who you want. But my point is, like, that's the type of person. There was only one person that I've ever heard through a proxy who ever read that stuff. And that term, spray a rope, that's not common parlance. That's straight out of that book from like 2000 and, I don't know, like 5. Hello, Ambush. It's Amshi. It's so good to see you. How are you, Amb? We're in the middle of a very intense overview of what Michael Proctor said to Sean Good, and it's as bad as you think, if not worse. And hearing it and actually reading it actually somehow makes it worse. Proctor also said fat, T-W-A-T. I don't like that word. And then Proctor said, we saw this one at the beginning, a giant malignant C word. I pray to the heavens that some effed up insect from the Amazon crawls up her sexual organ, hatches eggs, and the litter kills her by eating her from the inside out. Micromanage isn't even the word for this TWAT bag. I want to shove a crowbar up her rectum and let rats crawl in there? Dude, what type of mental imagery did this dude have? What was he thinking about? That is not what you're supposed to use a crowbar for, Mr. Proctor. Let me just, they're not supposed to do that. And first, all right, so again, we've run into this issue here where the speaker or writer or author of these words is using imagery that is just really disturbing. I mean, first of all, using a crowbar on a rectum is just not something most people think about. I can tell you in my 37 years on the planet, I have never thought about those two things together at the same time. I'm serious. There's a lot of stuff, you might just randomly hear, like in like a, what was that guy who wrote the novel Guts? Those like gross out authors, like stuff like that. Even then, I don't think I've ever heard those two terms, crowbar and rectum, next to each other. And then it's again this pattern of compounding this absurd imagery, very violent sexual imagery with, oh yes, and then an animal is going to go in there. Like what is going on? Like, what is going on? This is really disturbing. It's getting more disturbing, not better. I am someone who covers war. I have seen more death in 90 days than any human should ever see in their life. I thought I was numb to it all. I can't even believe some of this stuff. It just is depraved on a level that's hard to describe. You really have to you have to be broken mentally. I don't know what it takes to get to this point where you're thinking about this stuff, but there's something really wrong. We don't know if this specific one is a recording or a text. There's some ambiguity, one may say, as to what is a recording cited here and what's a text. They equivocate, Karen's lawyers, in the citation. They say that they're recordings and texts, but they don't say what is what. My guess is, though, a lot of this stuff was voice notes. Because it's very odd, like, vernacular. It's very, like, fragmented speech. It's odd. Yeah, this is bad, and it's going to get worse. D, that will turn into me. Oh, go. Oh. Oh. Jay blanking off as on her as she sleeps. Oh my God. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. 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 We're getting really, really close to, like, them talking about SA. Referring to his then girlfriend's rectum. I can't even get effing near that thing. I make every effort possible. I wait till she's asleep. And I... What? Oh. This is worse the second time reading it. And I try to get at it. I try every effort possible. Oh, this is horrible. I try to get her hammered. I can't get anywhere near it. It's starting to piss me off. It's not cool. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's talking about non-consensual. Steph, no, the evidence, whoever you are, Steph, fake Canadian, non-fake Canadian, just some person, it's the evidence, Steph. I agree with you, Josie Lou. You welcome to the channel. God bless you. No, it's the evidence, Steph. It's the mystery man. It's Farwell. It's Epstein's trips to Canton and Stoughton. It's some of this stuff. I don't think there's anyone gonna... I don't think, what's her name? Whoever has the pool parties. I don't think anyone's gonna be posting they stand with any of these people after this. At least not the people engaged in these messages. So, yeah, I don't know. I was propagandized. I was definitely manipulated. They also mess with my mom. I don't like that. There's something weird to this. I'm gonna figure it out. I got friends in government. I'll call them. I'll petition the government for redress of my grievances. You'd be surprised. They listen to Tao. I try not to bother them. You don't want to get a call from Tao. If you're in the government, and you just get a call from, and your press secretary's like, Grant's calling, especially if you're in Massachusetts, your first reaction's going to be like, oh dear God, no, please no, what did I do? So, anyway, yeah, this is a bad situation, and it's going to get apocalyptically worse. You don't know what apocalypse looks like yet, but you soon will, rhetorically, those of you who defended these people. I do kind of want to go. Let me see if I can get to Canton. I'll text Tommy. Maybe Timmy will bring me. Hold on. Alright, I'm working on it. Hashtag mission get towel to Canton. Alright, let's continue. I really don't like reading this, though. It's really hard. It's, like, gross. It's disgusting. It hurts me. I have to think about what was in their mind when they were saying this stuff, and it really disgusts me. It's not as bad as the doggy video. The doggy video really threw me off. Hello, I'm back. If it ever buffers, it'll just be like 4 to 6 seconds. I just reset the stream and the frame drop goes away. It takes like 10 seconds. Anyway, my point is, this is very traumatizing, but I'm going to get through it. It's not as bad as the doggy video. If you were here for the doggy video, I didn't show it on screen, but it pretty much put a halt to our Epstein file research. It was censored, but I'd never in my life want to see anything like that again, because it forced me to think about what type of human would be engaged in that, and it makes me really mad. Alright. G. Discussing specific sexual acts and the need to potentially, quote, get at it while she's asleep. That's attributed in the court filing to Michael Proctor. H. Discussing needing, quote, a roofie or something to find a sexual partner. Michael Proctor. Excuse me? A roofie? A roofie? Dude, these were people like John Fanning's unit investigated SA crimes. This is disgusting. Oh, God bless you. To the person who just got a heart from Little Towel, you are wonderful. Oh, with a personalized note. Oh, that's so wonderful. God bless you. If you got a heart from Little Towel, I am so grateful. Ain't gonna happen. This is I, attributed to Michael Proctor. Ain't gonna happen, quote, she will pass out at 9, and I will stay up until midnight, drinking and watching movies. I could swoop in for the kill when she is asleep, though. Oh my God, what the, dude. Farwell with the underage girl thing, this dude with the sleep thing, what the hell? J, quote, Michael Proctor, pigs I have stuffed. Yeah, I don't think he's talking about a pig roast down at the mods at BC. Let me tell you that right now. Okay, K. Oh no. I don't know if I want to read this one. All right, may Jesus protect me. K, quote, Michael Proctor, part of, like, jaying off is to do it on an absolute pig, not some Brazilian smoke show top 12 model. You want a filthy pig that you just do dirty things to. Give me some thick girls with some meat who you can just S on. Yeah, now tell me again that these men weren't potentially involved in a brothel ring. Just how does that sound? How does that language sound? I'm going to start cussing. I can only stay so calm reading this. Thank you, Tiffany Bob, for that hug. I needed that. This is disgusting. Like, what were these dudes doing? Thank you, Pick a Handle. There's a network. There's a network. I'm close. I mean, I told the feds, so I told Congress. I don't know what you want from me, but yeah, and I told the people in Congress who don't exactly love this kind of stuff going on. So, I don't know. What do you do? You know, it's bad. This is really bad. It's not, I think it was in Dedham. I think it was in Stoughton. I think it was in Boston. And I think it was mostly for, like, first responders, firefighters, cops, DAs, like a lot of judges. And I think they all knew. And I think the worst part is the girls. They all know. All the girls know each other. And they all have very similar tattoos. There's a mark. It's not on the face. Very rarely on the face. But there is a mark. There's a very specific mark. in this area for who the girls were. It's not hard to tell. Remember, Sandra was recruited through the Police Explorers program. She was groomed. So, they all get a very specific tattoo. They don't always get it in the same place. And I don't know. It's their story to tell, not mine. But my point is, don't do anything to those birdies. Because I know there's a single thing that happens to a single one of those birdies, and I'm going to be the one who comes knocking. And I'll bring my friends who are in the Congress. Not a single thing, and nothing has happened to them, by the way. Not a single thing has happened to a single birdie, and it will continue to stay that way. What they did to those girls was a disgrace. They kept them in an open-air prison. This is my country. They have a right to be free. I cannot believe what they did to those girls. I know what they did. I'm disgusted, frankly. Not by the girls. They didn't do anything wrong. I think a lot of them are traumatized. It's going to take a lot. We owe them a lot of money. We got to make them all, set for life. And we got to take care of the madams and the pimps. A lot of the madams were working fake jobs in finance. No, nobody specific, just speaking very generally. And a lot of finance isn't what you think it is. Especially in Quincy. You ever look into that? You should. It's an interesting town. If I find out that if I see direct evidence of anybody pimping anybody, I'm going to rain juridical hell down on him. And I've already seen some evidence of said pimping. And I have an idea of who said madams were. Now you want to repent and cooperate, that's cool. You want to get out of the game, I ain't got nothing against you. Especially the girls. But I hear anybody pimping anybody. They better shut these brothels down because the feds are hunting. Maybe they already know. I'd be surprised if any are left running. Stop buying prostitutes. Stop it. Tell your family. Tell your family your friend Towel, who just tries to tell people about the news, does it all just out of the goodness of his heart because he wants people to be informed and coaching consumers of information and ward off the usurpation of their government. Tell him all he wants, other than to stay alive, is for you to not buy prostitutes. You're enabling human trafficking. And you're causing all these problems. So stop buying prostitutes. Just stop. If there's no market, it will all go away. It won't be brothels. We can find you all romantic partners. As far as I know, there's 52% women in this country, 48% men. I don't know what we're going to do with the 4% of women in the middle there. We'll figure that out later. Point is, stop buying prostitutes. I know what it implies. You should see some of the other texts in these cases that are going to come out. Some of the stuff that's already coming out through FOIAs. They were going to bars, and they were buying women. I think the brothels were in the back of the bars. It was specific restaurants. You get them, silent dogs. Silent dogs enjoy demanding warrants from cops. You assert your rights. What good are your rights if you don't assert them, after all? Rights are just words on paper if you don't know how to assert them. That's what the Supreme Court says about the right to remain silent. Did you know that? It's worthless unless you assert it. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I did go to law school. One time I was talking to someone, and they were like, "Are you a lawyer?" And I was like, "No, thank God, they're scum." And he was like, "Wait, didn't you just say you went to law school?" And I was like, "Yeah." Not all lawyers are scum. Some are cool. But on the whole, bro, lawyers are mercenaries. And the discipline of law has hurt America more than it's helped. I'm sorry. Originally, it was cool. And it's alright. It's developed some decent precedent. But on the whole, I'm a big proponent of Habermas's critique of legal rationality. So if you read Between Facts and Norms, it's a really good book. You got to read A Theory of Communicative Action as well. I have Between Facts and Norms around here somewhere. It just sits around. It's one of my favorite books. I don't know where the hell it is right now. I normally have it within arm's reach. Anyway, it's a really good book. I recommend you read it. It's by Jürgen Habermas. So Habermas's critique of legal rationality is basically like, you lawyers just make stuff up. Like, you use ends justify the means reasoning just because you want things to happen. Your system of law is superfluous, and your precedent is mostly driven by ideological and ends justify the means based reasoning, and it's entirely illegitimate based on the constitutional precepts which you proclaim to endorse. Now, I think I meld a little bit of Bruce Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism into that critique, because I do see some redemption. If you read Professor Ackerman's We the People, Volumes 1, 2, and 3, I recommend them all, you'll see that there is redemption in certain moments of American juridical epochs, in particular the founding, the founding, Reconstruction, and the New Deal. You can kind of see these moments of higher lawmaking where there's like sub-constitutional reformation through extreme pressure on the judicial, executive, and legislative branches throughout the government. You could argue like free silver during Reconstruction was the best example of that, and you could argue during the New Deal that West Coast Hotel v. Parish, 1937, which is known apocryphally as the switch in time that saved 9, is another good embodiment of that, because the Supreme Court was forced to basically overturn Lochner. Now, Lochner, back in the early 1900s, was this liberty of contract doctrine case that said that states couldn't have minimum wage laws because that would be a violation of the right of the laborer and the business to contract with each other. It makes no damn sense. It was corrupt as all hell. But the point, it came from the doctrine of corporate personhood. I don't have time to talk about Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific from 1886 right now, but you should learn about it. Anyway, my point is, so West Coast Hotel v. Parish was Louisiana trying to create a minimum wage law for female hotel workers, and the Supreme Court was under a lot of pressure from FDR's supermajority. The FDR was going to expand the court a little bit, because it doesn't have to be 9. It was 7 originally. It could be 11, 13, whatever. So you had these 4 horsemen of reaction that kept striking down all the FDR supermajority programs like the Civilian Conservation Corps, etc., from like 33 to like 37. Then come 37, FDR's like, screw it, I'm going to rain hell down on these guys on the Supreme Court, screw these 4 horsemen of reaction. He just goes all in on them with the Congress, and then you get this case, the West Coast Hotel v. Parish in 37, which is like a fundamental reformation of constitutional precedent, which Ackerman would argue is the manifestation of subconstitutional reformation, and thus epitomizes his theory of constitutional dualism. And in turn, vis-a-vis West Coast Hotel v. Parish, about, 37, 47, 54, 17 years later, you get a famous case called Brown v. Board, and only because of Lochner being overturned did the court open the door to civil rights, and in turn we got decisions overturning Plessy v. Ferguson, which was separate but equal, via Brown v. Board, and then you also saw the emergence of like Loving v. West Virginia, which didn't allow laws against interracial marriage, etc., etc., etc. So, like, you can really attribute the birth of the modern civil rights movement in America, which is a very redeeming part of our constitutional precedent, to the subconstitutional reformation that emerged post-37 vis-a-vis FDR's supermajority. However, on the whole, that's only like 20% of the American constitutional story, and 80% falls squarely within Habermas's critique of legal rationality and is therefore illegitimate. How about them apples? Anyway, Towel should teach, don't you think? Wouldn't you have fun in class with me? You'd be in class and be like, wait a minute, class is over. I want to keep going. I want to take more class. Can't I just sit here? And I'd be like, sure, we can just lecture. I'll just sit here and tell you things. We'd have so much fun. Sometimes I try to read court documents, but it inevitably involves me just ranting or lecturing. I just like to talk about things sometimes. Anyway, that was fun. Let's continue. L. Proctor referred to an overweight woman as a disgrace. Silent Dog said, "Did you know, Grant, that the Second Amendment is not an establishment clause? No right is established in the Second Amendment." Well, what is a right, Silent Dogs? What is Does Bruin create an unenumerated right then? Or would you say that Bruin just interprets the way that the dependent clause functions in the Second Amendment? You got to reconstruct Bruin in light of Heller, too, by the way. You can't just look at Bruin. You have to look at Heller, because Heller is the emergence of this sort of doctrine of the enumerated rights within the Second Amendment, reading textually different than perhaps the framers would have intended. Now, whether or not that's legitimate, I don't know. But you got to deal with Heller, DCV Heller from 2015, and you got to deal with Bruin, which is even more brutal in terms of your position than Heller. And, you know, it's a realpolitik question. That's the precedent. Go get the votes at the Supreme Court if you want to overturn it. M. Proctor also referred to a woman as an absolute pig and a C word. 36. During the same time frame, Proctor also prolifically messaged his friends about his similar hatred of black, Asian, Hispanic. Look at how smart my software is. It knows how to figure out the frame drops. I'm back. During the same time frame, Proctor also prolifically messaged his friends about his similar hatred of black, Asian, Hispanic, Arab, and Jewish people. A. After observing a multi-car accident and initially informing Good in a case he was on duty, Proctor followed up, "Actually, take your time. I saw a N-word was involved, so I wouldn't rush if you're working. Let them die." Michael Proctor. I mean, that's like the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I can't say I share his affinity for profanity, Silent Dogs, I must say. Not exactly a model citizen. One thing he is certainly doing, Silent Dogs, is advancing your argument that all governments are fake. No cop would ever be given a license or a gun or handcuffs or called to the stand if they were talking like this in public. Because they're cowards. Not all cops. Some of them are very brave. But people who talk like this, say it in public. Go out there with a megaphone. When you're asked on the stand how you feel about these different races, you say this stuff. They won't. B. Proctor says, quote, "I, parentheses, literally hate 99% of the people I meet, see, and deal with. Dudes went into Canton High." I think he's saying dudes, I went into Canton High this morning to get a transcript and saw more N-words in 10 minutes than the 4 years I spent there combined. Everywhere I looked, this is a disgusting sentence. I read it earlier in the intro. It's still disgusting. Everywhere I looked, there was monkeys running around. Wanted to ask the women in the guidance office, where were all the white kids? Where the F did all these blank lits come from? N-word lits come from? Dude, that's not even a word that's used anymore. There's some slurs in here that are just not used. That is an incredibly offensive term. And he went in there and said to one of the staff in the guidance office, I want to know who this person is. Where are all the white kids? And she just didn't say anything. She's got a trooper in there asking where the white kids are and using slurs, and she's like, it's Massachusetts. What? Dude, there's going to be like protests at Canton High. Dude, there is going to be some strong discontent. I advocate peaceful protest. I want to be clear. You have a right to express yourself. But how can I read this? How are the students going to read this at that high school and feel safe around any cop? That's an incredible... I agree. the first 48. That is an incredibly offensive term. We've seen like an escalatory ladder of slur. First of all, any slur is bad. I think that's just clear. Like, I don't care what your reasoning is. There are some songs maybe that colloquially will use a word that is a slur that in like an amiable way. All right, I'm not going to judge the song. Okay, it's not a slur. There's no racial animus. All right. And for example, words in other countries. There's a word in Britain for cigarette that is a slur in America. Nobody I know in Britain who asks to smoke a cigarette is using that word as a slur. There's no animus. So I'm always thinking about the animus. And I'm talking, like, these are very serious slurs. We're way beyond that with some of the words we're seeing and the way it's being used. I just want to emphasize, there are slurs in the U.S. that are horrific and per se driven by racial animus. That's a very small category of words. Nobody really says them. They're disgusting. We're above that. Frankly, a lot of these words just aren't used. When I say aren't used, I mean they're not. The word itself is falling out of use. It has no contemporary usage. It has no legitimate contemporary usage. It was driven out of the lexicon, and they're using these terms, including that one right there, which is, it's unheard. This guy is not that old. If a 95-year-old man with the dementia said that word, I'd be like, what year do you think I wouldn't, he's 95. He probably doesn't know what year it is. He probably doesn't know what's going on. That's the only situation where I would be like, are you okay? Like, do you know where you are? Like, why are you saying that? Because it would make sense that this 95-year-old man back in 50 or 40 heard that word, and in his 95-year-old state doesn't know what year it is. This is like a 40 or 50-year-old guy, maybe younger, maybe older. I think about 30 or 40 in these texts, using a word that if someone were 95, it would be extremely offensive to use. It's just, yes, and it's the context too, Alvaro. But this word in particular, it's above even a slur that you would use with racial animus. The context is the word. The context around this word is even worse. He's in a high school talking to a guidance counselor about the absence of white kids, which makes it unfathomably horrific. But that word, that specific slur, is unheard of. I've never heard it used. Never. I've been alive 37 years, and I went through high school, I don't know, in an era where it was less PC and people would just say ridiculous things. It was odd. I was very thrown off by a lot of it, but, just tried to, avoid the milk bottles being thrown across the cafeteria. My point is, I've never heard that word used in my 37 years. Ever. Ever. Never heard anybody say it. Never. It's just unheard of. It's that bad. It's actually that bad. I'm discombobulated. It's so bad. I think you prepare yourself for a certain level of depravity in the world. And you're talking to someone who covers war. And even I'm just like, I can't believe this. Wait till you see what he says next. Yes, Will, exactly. So there are definitely some words, UK, Australia, that have no gender, racial, whatever, animus whatsoever. They're terms that have been used for way longer than their equivalent in the US. But in the US, they have a connotation like that. This word, nowhere, anywhere on earth does this word have any connotation except gratuitous racism. Not that anything would excuse it, because even the other terms he's using are not in the style of anything but racial animus. But yes, I totally understand some people watching this today over the stream have had to look up these terms, either because they don't exist in their country or because it's just a slur that is not used for good reason by anyone. Is a bot human? That's a good question, Alvaro. My answer to that is no. Remember the song Boatin' Anna by Bass Hunter? It's kind of like that. A bot is an algorithm. A human writes an algorithm. A bot is just like a website. It's just an interactive website. It's just a piece of code. A smart human can make a code that impersonates humans, but it will never be a human. For a number of reasons. It will never create itself. It might create instances within itself, but it will never understand how to create the infrastructure upon which it was built. It's just designed to think in if-then statements. And it's very limited in its capacity. It only really can function based on translated binumerical representation. So there's just no way. I was learning about like a specific type of lithogram last night that encodes information and color in a way that's very natural compared to the way a digital photograph encodes color. And what that will always be the distinction. Cognition is not our ability to think in if-then statements. It's an amalgamated perception engine. And no computer will ever get there. And thus it will never be human. That's my opinion. Good question, though. Alright, let's continue. This one gets a little rough. I don't know how we probably got to go back in time and find when there was a Texas A&M football player wearing a headband that said, "Cash me outside." Let me see. Hold on. Texas A&M football player, "Cash me outside" headband. What did he think it said? It's not cat. It was a reference to that girl, Bad Barbie or whatever his name is. I can't find it. Where did he see this? Was he watching live TV? Because there's no clips of anybody, at least like through Google, wearing a Texas A&M headband that says "Cash me outside" during a game. Maybe he was watching it live. That would be wild. And it's not really cash me outside. It's catch me outside, I thought. No way. No, I'm looking for a headband. I don't think there's any record of this. I think dude was just watching a football game. It was so we can kind of pin this, though, to when Bad Barbie appeared on Dr. Phil. Because that's when the meme, they only would have memed that, like, right when that went viral. So I would say, when did she go on Dr. Phil? Hold on. Bad Barbie, initial Dr. Phil. We can probably figure this out. When was the original appearance? 2016. So I think we're probably talking post 2016 on this one, because Cash Me Outside was not a meme prior to Bad Barbie going on Dr. Phil, and she went on Dr. Phil for the first time in 2016. So my opinion of this is that we can nail this next one down to, and it's really bad, but I want to figure out who he was talking about. That player deserves to know. It seems to be the 2016-2017 season when Texas A&M was playing. So we can probably narrow it down to like 11 or 12 weekends in the fall of 2017. I would guess. It was probably fresh. They wouldn't meme like a year later. That's really lame. So you got to use context to narrow it down. We don't get dates from Karen in this filing, but you can figure out the dates from context. This next one's really gross. Discussing a college football game, you notice that N-Words headband from A&M, this is Michael Proctor, said something like, "Cash me out." Would have been nice if they were still our slaves. Then I wouldn't have to go pick up Bertucci's, which is a local pizza place. And then Proctor imagines being able to say, "Hey, N-word," with the hard R, "go fetch Bear," referring to himself, "his wings and pizza." Dude. Good thing Netflix never made that doc, huh? They were gonna make a doc, like, pro these people. Dude, they would have got caught up so bad. Dude. You're welcome, Gretchen. I told you, bro. I'm just saying. I was looking out. Oh, it's water under the fridge. The defender of the Great Lakes. My friend, I hope you had a wonderful day at work. Had a wonderful day at work. Oh no, Towel Girlfriend's going to go to bed soon. I don't want to miss her going to bed. We got to get through this document. Duty calls. I can do this. Hello, water under the fridge. God bless you. You are a towel. Alright, I cannot believe I needed to break down myself a little bit there. I can't believe he said that. He's envisioning our college football, because our college football player had a, first of all, the dude Proctor didn't even understand the meme. I don't even think he knows to this day what the "Cash Me Outside" girl is, or what the reference is to. He sees the kid, the Texas A&M kid with the meme, on his headband, and he responds by saying, he wants the kid to be his slave, and that makes him feel like we should return to the era of slavery. And then he plays it. He doesn't just say that. He plays it out further, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't like having to go pick up my pizza at the Bertucci's, kid. So, wouldn't it be nice if I just had a slave, like if all the black people were slaves?" Are you kidding me? I told you, there's something very rotten here. I knew it. I didn't know it was this bad. I could just sense it. Silent Dogs, you have a wonderful time at work, my friend. I will be with you in spirit. God bless you, my friend. All right, we're going to the next quote. We got to get through this. Jesus. Oh, he invokes Jesus' name in the same text as a slur or voice note. Jesus, that place was a dump. It smelled like N-words and cigarettes. Michael Proctor. Quote, Michael Proctor, "Another plane was brought back to the gate because of 2 sand N-words speaking Arabic, and people on the plane were freaked out and had them kicked off." Michael Proctor. Quote, "If an American pulled some terroristic act in a Middle Eastern country, they would have their heads chopped off in the middle of the closest major city for all the citizens to see and cheer on. Instead, this person will get lethal injection in a secluded federal prison and be viewed as a hero to all the sand N-words around the world." Oh, dude, he's got to be talking about... could be Boston Marathon. Might be Richard Reed. Hello, Interpretal. Yep. You probably have heard me talking about how I could tell something big was coming and bad was coming for the state police. Well, it's big, it's bad, and it's even worse than we thought. G. Proctor says, quote, "Word up, dudes. Been just crushing business S today. Actually, not really. Just been dipping and trying to make sense of what the blank, G blank blank K next to me is saying. They just threw around these slurs like it was nothing." Tiffany Bob, yes, my friend. Let me get you the Google link right now. I would be happy to get that for you, my dear friend. If you want to follow along, I have the document for you. Give me 1 second. I think that's actually an excellent idea. Tiffany Bob is so smart. You're a genius, my friend. Alright. Here's the document. Oh, I forgot I wrote a very long post on X about this, but here's the document. Follow along with this document here. Alright, so if you click that link, thank you so much for that wonderful reminder, Tiffany Bob. If you click that link, my dear friends, you can follow along. It's now the pinned comment, and you will be able to read the document along with me. We are on page, we're almost done. We are on page 14 of 87. 14 of 87. All right, continuing. Proctor then says, quote, deport their blank, their A word blanks. I don't care if they are here legally or what their excuse was. Effing deport those sand blanks, Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor says, quote, oh, he's got beef with the NBA now too. He's got beef with everybody. Quote, the NBA is god awful and is a effing joke. These super teams and the refs are ruining the league. Plus, it's all N-words. Michael Proctor. J. Michael Proctor, quote, all I have to say about, it says Hernandez, I imagine Aaron Hernandez, is stupid S blank. 1 second. My beautiful girlfriend, while I'm streaming live, I'm so sorry that I didn't get to catch you, but if I don't catch you, you're wonderful. I adore you. I hope you sleep very well. If I am if I'm done when you're awake, I will absolutely call you, but I wanted to interrupt stream and just tell you this, and you're wonderful. And if you doze off, I hope you sleep very well. I'll talk to you first thing in the morning. Sorry about that. Sometimes I like to just let Towel Girlfriend know. Yeah, I tried to finish before she went to bed, but it was a longer document than I thought, and then I needed to yell about things. I do adore her, though. I adore you, Towel Girlfriend. You're wonderful. Alright, that was a nice mental decompression break. Let's go to the next one. Quote, Michael Proctor, this is how effing stupid she is. We got a new intern. Kid is a complete lemon D who has been there 1 week, and she drags him into her office and asks him for advice on how to bring the group closer together. There are 4 people who the rest of us hate, and it's obvious. 3 out of 4 are Asian. Surprise, surprise. Yikes. That was Michael Proctor talking about his colleagues. I wonder if those people have figured out who they are. Hello, T.A. Sarah. You're doing so well. We're all doing so well through this intense document here. Next, L. Quote, Michael Proctor. Wouldn't mind being a N-word for the day. Just pop open a fire hydrant and suck down a few 40 ounces while listening to some Naughty by Nature? As if Sublime didn't also write 40 ounces to freedom. Bro, where were you in the 90s? What do you know about Edward 40 Hands? Please, what do you know about 40 ounces? Tell me that you have no idea about modern culture without telling me you have no idea about modern culture. Bro, more kids on college campuses drink 40s than anyone else. Do you even know what Edward 40 Hands is? And you're using it as a racial stereotype. I'm offended. Edward 40 Hands, just for cultural context, the most common use of 40-ounce beers in America. This is going to sound ridiculous, but it's for context. I can't even believe people do this, but now that I think about it and describe it, it's freaking absurd. So the college kids, they get 40s of whatever they can get. Natty, Bud Light, Old English, whatever. It's always like a high ABV alcohol. And they put it on their hands, okay? And then they duct tape the freaking 40s to their hands, okay? So they can't do it themselves. They do one hand, then someone else does the other. They cannot take the things off their hand, the 40s, until they drink both of them. That's like 7 beers, and it's heavy alcohol by volume too. Then they can take them off. That is the most common use. Well, exactly, water under the fridge. Edward 40 Hands is far more popular than just on college campuses, but the fact that Proctor not only is using this as a racial stereotype, but getting it wrong, it just makes it even more offensive and ridiculous. Oh, Sarah, T.A. Sarah, that's the whole difficult part of it. Interpretal's like, I can confirm we did not do that at my college. No, it's good to know. But yes, Edward 40 Hands is definitely a thing. It's been a thing for a few decades. And I think it's just ridiculous that Proctor thinks that 40s are some, like, racial stereotype. Ridiculous. What do you, like, there was like 4 years in the 80s where that might have been a stereotype. I was tipping, Tiffany Bob was like, I was tipping 40s back in the day. Well, you know, to each their own. I stopped drinking the day I turned 21, so I don't know anything about alcohol. Know about alcohol compliance a little bit, but not alcohol itself. Alright. Jungle Juice. Interpretal had Jungle Juice. Yes, T.A. Sarah, Sublime, 40 Ounces to Freedom. Great song. I don't think we could play any of those, but if we can, that'll be our outro. Awesome. Tiffany Bob is just 2 weeks away or so from being 1 year sober. I applaud you, my dear friend. God bless you. We're with you. You're wonderful. Celebration time incoming in 2 weeks. We'll do a special Discord clap or emoji. I'll make an emoji for you. It'll be great. Oh, that's a great emoji for Tiffany Bob, T.A. Sarah. You're wonderful. Penguins with a heart. Oh, Kimberly M., you're wonderful. All right. That was a good mental decompression break and a good burp. Let's go. The next one, Proctor says, quote, N-word cops. No context. The next one, Proctor says, too many Jews in Sharon. I didn't know there were too many Jews in Sharon. I didn't know too many Jews was a problem. Or the merrier. That's my opinion. Oh, this one really upset me. We read it earlier. And Proctor says, quote, America sucks. The bad man who ran Germany, that's not what he said his name, was really onto something. Then the effing U.S. had to step in and ruin it. This one got me really riled up. He's traitorous. People better know what they're getting into when they read this document. I bet people are going to blind react to this, and they're going to lose it. You really? I tried to tell as many of my colleagues who do the YouTube reactions or analysis of documents ahead of time, you got to censor this. You see how I censored it? You got to do your best. I got probably 99.98%. I was very methodical. I would not recommend blind reacting to this. I would not recommend just putting it up and reading it. First of all, it's emotionally brutal. Second of all, it's very vulgar. It's probably the most vulgar, offensive, disgusting court document that's ever been filed. And that's saying something. You really gotta, first of all, you gotta have good faith to file these kind of thing, and she does. She's tying it all to animus. And it's part of the breach of duty. Because remember, she's claiming negligent hiring against their bosses. She's saying they should have known about all this. It's directly operative. It's directly material to the breach in the tort. And it's telling, Boston PD caught this guy. Boston PD caught Proctor and wouldn't hire him. Proctor had a grudge against Boston PD, huh? I wonder if that played into all this. Oh, wait a minute. Who got Proctor his job at MSP? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who knew that Proctor couldn't get hired at BPD and then got him hired at MSP? He owed people favors, didn't he? Got him. Got it. That's it. Dude, he was the dude. He owed them his job. Do you all understand? I got it. I got it. He was the errand boy because they got him a job he wasn't supposed to have. We got it. We got to find out who got him hired. Then you got your whole answer. If you find, because think about it. We now know that Proctor was not hired by BPD because of his background, but someone at MSP just let him slide through. That's what happened with Leah Genduso. Oh, we got him. We got him. Just a question of who and why. And then how did it work? Like, he would get the call and they'd be like, listen, you got to do it. Like, you got to do it. Same thing with Fanning and the Farwell thing. Like, bro, you got to do it. If it goes bad, you're going to deal with it. We got him. He owed them his job. Karen spelled it out for us without saying it. Excellent. We're getting all of our answers now. We just got to figure out the who. Who got him that MSP job? I bet it was someone on the BFIT team. Lenny Koppenrath, Tully, Fanning, Yuri. All plausible. You got to look at the MSP BFIT squad. They're the key to all of this. Divine was on that too. Dude, they brought Proctor in, huh? Dude, they're done. They got these people. There's a lot between the lines here. You wouldn't have picked up necessarily on that Proctor thing unless you really thought about it. Wow, that's big. I don't think people picked up on that right away. They had this dude in their pocket. He owed them his career, his position, and they had all this blackmail on him. That's how the system works, huh? That's ugly as all hell. And that is not what politicians mean by how the sausage is made. Bro, how the sausage is made is like, all right, I want this word in a bill. And then some other person is like, but Grant, that word could have this consequence. And then I'm like, I know. Then they're like, Grant, are you sure you want to do that? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, Grant, that could do this, this, and this. And I'm like, yeah, but it's constitutional. It'll survive. And then they're like, Grant. And I'm like, yeah. That's how the sausage is made. Now, a lot of times it's not on principle. I do it on principle because I'm a purist. But most of the time it's money. But how the sausage is made is debating like consequences of a law or a word in a law. A lot of times it's a word, but it can be a sentence, a clause, whatever the hell. You got to avoid unintended consequences with laws. You really got to think it out. I've had just dumb stuff happen because I wasn't thinking, and then people did stupid stuff and really upset me because they interpreted the law differently than how it was intended. Really, I caused a whole lot of noise about that, but we don't have to relitigate that. What was my point with that? Oh, yeah. So, my point is, this is not how the sausage is made. This is so much worse. If indeed he shouldn't have had that job, and his job was, like the price of his job was he would get the call and be like the cleanup man. Oh, we're close. We are really close. We're closer than ever to solving this whole thing. Not us, not me, not you, but the whole apparatus that's been looking into this. They are real. Like Karen's close. The lawyers are close. The DOJ is definitely close. Mr. Deitch running for Norfolk DA is close. They're really... It was so much static to noise, because what I think the people around the state police did was flood the zone. They outsourced through a private intelligence firm an infiltration operation to get around Karen Reed and Aidan Carney in the spring of 2023. Think about the two people who linked up Karen and Aidan. They're both pro-police, pro-state police now. Not pro-police, pro-this state police unit. It was a setup. And then a lot of the people around Aidan were plants. They were pretending to be pro-Aidan, but they weren't. They were just they were running a confidence game to get intel to use against him. Same thing with around Karen. There's some people around Karen. It all ties into like this Republican circle out of Somerville. It's this family. I know a little bit about it. I kind of been keeping an eye on them. I have a lot of friends in government, so it's really easy to know who's up to what and where. It just is, bro. I've been around forever, and I've covered local politics, state politics, national politics, international politics. Where the fuck are you gonna hide? Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. My point is, so anyway, like the people who got around Karen were the A team. The people who got around Aiden were the B team. It was well financed. Dude, this is how I knew I was on to something big. Because, not just big, but important. Because, dude, nobody finances stuff like they finance that op. Even the case out in Idaho, where that dude got framed, Richard Allen, that was rough. Okay, there's some whatever's going to come out on appeal there. That's going to be brutal for the local authorities in Idaho because they're on to them. That was a cover up. That was run by a similar but less well-funded private intelligence op. They smeared him in the public. They made sure he had very little public support, and they ruined him. It was an outsourced private intelligence op. I can smell it from a mile away. All right? Same thing with Karen and Aiden, but it was much more well-funded. Bro, we're going to find out, in my opinion, the budget on this thing was multiple millions. Multiple millions over multiple years. Dude, they had tentacles everywhere. PR firms, PI firms, local people, state people, people in other states. It was crazy, dude. They had operatives for everyone. Hello, Lisa and Cannoli. It's so good to see you. But this thing's crumbling. You know what actually caused it to crumble? Karen figured it out. Not just Karen, but her lawyers. I think it was Yannetti first, and then it was Alan. They probably figured it out at the same time. I wish I was there for that aha moment. I bet they both put it together. And then Karen, obviously, I think is very smart. Do you notice the difference between Karen and most people with her stature? She does the Cartman approach. Like, how can we miss you if you don't go away? She is very good at just being methodical without giving too much. She makes her presence incredibly valuable. But more than that, she's a methodical thinker. I don't know what the hell she was doing. I still can't put this part together. There's some parity between whatever the hell was going on in Quincy with like that company, which shall remain unnamed, a financial services company, and then whatever the hell Karen was doing. I don't know. I don't want to know, but her dad was more than a dean. I'm sorry. The dude is so smart. It's incredible. He's too trained. Dude, I deal with government all the time. I ask them at press conferences. I just know a good politician. That guy is better than any politician I've ever met. So why was he the dean of Bentley? Because he was more than a dean. I don't know what the hell he was doing, who he was doing it for, and frankly, I don't want to know. But I will tell you that I always got the sense that Karen was more than a stock trader. Are you kidding me? And a professor. First of all, she had a lot of downtime. That's the biggest hint. Like when someone is bored who is working in those fields, it's because that's cover. They're a professor, they're in investments, but that's not what they're doing with their life. That's just plausible deniability. I don't know what the hell she was up to. And frankly, I don't want to know that either. I hope it was for the better. I'm just going to assume it was. But yeah, it's a dirty world. It's very dangerous. Finance is everything. You got to understand what the intelligence community is. You want me to give it to you in a sentence? You're not going to like it. The intelligence community was developed by a bunch of private American companies, okay, and brought to the government like Truman, and the government was basically told, like, listen, like, these companies built this, they're going to use it, you can have use of it or you cannot have use of it. What would you prefer? It's always been for the benefit of corporations. It just happens to work hand in hand with the government. So if you understand it that way, then like finance capital makes a lot more sense. Investment banking makes a lot more sense. Like, they have their own intelligence apparatus. It's not like a unit in their company. Everybody who works at those companies at the higher levels is not normally who they say they are. Academia. Did I not tell you about how I got headhunted into the DOJ honors program? Academia is rife with government. The higher you get in academia, it's all just government. They're all just like sheep-dipped government operatives who are headhunting for talent. That's what high-level what do you think it's all about? Do you think you get recruited into the government because you go up, it can happen this way, you go up to a table at a recruitment event? No, your professors are the recruiters. I'm out of school now, I can give away all the secrets. Your professors have always been the recruiters. You just didn't get recruited. They're headhunters for the government, especially at the top levels of education. They're just looking for talent, and they're trying to place you in government. Most of those roles are clandestine. I have a friend, I'll speak very vaguely about this, because none of it's classified, and I was never told I couldn't talk about it. I have a friend, I'll speak very broadly. I have a friend who redacted. And one day, I redacted. And my friend and I redacted. And then the next day, my friend, we were just talking. And my friend said that they went to redacted. And they arrived at this place. And it was just an empty corridor with a bunch of placards on individual doors. And they were like, I was really confused. Because I went into the room. And then redacted occurred. And then they told me they would get back to me. I looked at this person. And I said, Did you get the sense that maybe that was the federal government? And they were like, oh yeah. And then I never saw them again. I'm not kidding you. I never saw them again. Just how it is sometimes. So, yeah. I don't know what to tell you. It's a strange world out there. And I think that, unfortunately, the intelligence community, like, some of the former operatives, we gotta have a talk about this as a country. I brought it up to the Congress. They gotta decide what they want to do. I don't know. It's about... I can petition the government. They gotta make the decisions. I explained to them what I think's going on and how these kind of private intel ops work. They're mostly outsourced. I think it was like a subsidized like prosecution that became a cover-up. The perfect crime is not like getting away with something and having the cops have no idea who did it. The perfect crime is doing something and having someone else like be charged for it who didn't do it. And so I don't exactly know how this operation was funded. I know it was very well funded, and it doesn't make sense that a bunch of local and state cops had access to the... I don't care who's a defense contractor. I don't care how much your firm makes. You don't have like $5 million of disposable income to funnel through like a shell private investigations firm to do this for years. Nope. 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. And I don't believe for 1 second that merry band of jokesters who they outsourced this to could keep that secret for this long unless all of them were very well paid. They also have a lot of blackmail on each other, but it comes down to money. And I want to know how much. Not because I care, but because they're going to answer to an oversight committee, whether it's on the state or federal level. We're going to find out. It's going to be like the Summer of Judgment from 73 all over again. And I'm going to find out how deep this goes. Well, it's too late now because I already kicked it up the chain. But the point is we're going to get answers. I'm going to find out who paid these people. I'm going to find out why it was so well financed. And I'm going to find out in particular why they had these people who they could just call as their fixers. Bro, this is not... like Dirty Tricks 1972 with Tricky Dick sending what's his name Roger Stone up to New Hampshire to donate money to the Muskie campaign in the name of the Communist Party, a $1,000 check to be specific, because Nixon thought he stood a better chance against McGovern than against Muskie. I don't play that game. This is 2026. You win on the merits or you lose. And there's no merits to what these people were doing. Yeah. There's something wrong. There's something deeply wrong with my country. This is just the iceberg. We're heading towards a Titanic moment. Not just... Every sort of region has its own Titanic moment, but this is the Northeast Titanic. We're heading headlong into an iceberg that's going to rip this republic at its seams, and people are not ready for it, and you're going to have to sink or swim when the fallout hits. I would recommend building a suitable lifeboat. Anyway, we'll continue, but I hope you understand the insight there about Proctor. Somebody got him that job, and he was the errand boy. Bro, it sounds a lot like being an associate, and then being a maid man, and then being a capo, and then being a consigliere, and then being, like, you know, the head of a family, and then being on the commission. Bruh, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. The only saving grace is the feds know. Not just the feds. The feds are not a unitary operation. There's a lot of sections. But the feds as an entity, I think, no. They're gonna, like, somebody's going down. Normally, in these operations, when something happens like this, they burn the small fish. You don't, what they do is they sacrifice the small fish, and they put it all on them. It's kind of implicit in the agreement. Like, you know, if you don't get above a certain level, you're going down as the foot soldier. And you gotta... It's very dangerous. It's more dangerous than flipping on the mob to flip on these people. If you flip on these people, they'll get you. So you gotta be really careful. This whole thing is very... Like, the feds are probably very concerned for people's safety. But also, what do you gotta do when the feds are watching? You make one wrong move when there's federal agents around. They're waiting to get you. They like to sit on things. They like to bait you into doing stupid stuff. If you read a lot of the declassified files from the FBI, they're the DOJ's police. What they like to do, well, one version of it, what they like to do is they will get you on serious stuff, and then they'll wait. They won't indict you right away, or they'll do a secret indictment, but more likely they just won't indict you right away. They'll let you just go out. They want to see you make the big move. They want to watch you do it. And then, now, if they get word you're going to do violence, they actually have an obligation to go tell people. Like, they have an affirmative obligation under the DOJ manual. I read the whole thing. In the manual, it says if they get any information that you're going to kill someone, they have to tell the person. And they will do that. And they'll play the wiretap for the victim, too. That's how they turn a lot of guys. If they play a wiretap of, like, your best, like, friend in the mob saying that he's going to have you hit, you're going to flip. So anyway, it's similar in this regime, except these guys are more dangerous than the mob. The mob's very dangerous, don't get me wrong, but these guys have connections inside the system, outside the system. They have, like, jail guards that they know. I just worry that what we're looking at, the implications of Proctor getting this job and then having to be like a call boy, are the worst thing possible. It means this thing was entrenched back to 2013, 2014, which sounds about right. I'd argue it started about 2006. You had a rogue unit, like a paramilitary Gestapo, in Massachusetts that was running point for a very well-connected operation. Kids were involved, being hurt. Women were being trafficked. A lot of drugs. Dude, this is going to be the worst scandal in the history of the state. Nobody can keep this quiet. I'm sorry. It's too late. Everybody knows. And a lot of powerful politicians are mad about this, especially women. Dude, I've heard people scream about this. I actually heard someone scream. I've never heard them scream. They screamed about this. They were very upset. So I don't know what to tell you. It's a very strange situation. You got a lot of people who I think the feds know sort of are at risk. And then you have a lot of people who have provided information to the feds that some of these people don't know have provided information to the feds. I think they're just waiting for someone to do one stupid thing. I don't know what it's going to be. I think the plan, my analysis is the plan is to get Deitch in there as DA so they can get all the files. And then you can do a joint federal state prosecution. You need a cooperating DA to really run a good prosecution. It's like a vertically integrated apparatus. You need them. So you get Deitch in there, who the U.S. attorney loves. Leah Foley. He worked there. He's got friends there. You got these people. It's 3 months away. You can tell the pressure cooker is heating up. No pun intended. You can sense it all bubbling to the surface. It's sort of rolling in that direction, and it's crescendoing. The snowball is getting bigger every week. Every week in this case, it's more and more. Now it's at this size where it could take over like a house. So what are you going to do? This is culminating to something, and I think it's Adam Deitch winning the Norfolk DA election. I think that's the trigger for whatever it is that's going to happen. Like, once he's in there, they're going to move. I don't know what the hell they got. I think this is really bad. But you also have to understand it's political. Every charging decision is political. So who do you want to charge? Who are they going to throw under the bus? How high is it going to go? Who's going to be impacted? Who are they going to roll on? Where does it stop? You got to know where it stops. You can't have unknown variables in that kind of situation. And then you also got to think about cooperation. Like, it's risky to make deals with these people because they get immunity, but you need to turn somebody on the inside. The feds have to turn someone. They will. Share Bear, I know you're not political, but yeah, charging decisions are political. You got to have a slam dunk case, and you got to have a for this kind of thing. You got to have a cooperating witness on the inside who you can keep alive. That's the problem. These guys are good. They can get people. The feds are watching, I'm sure, but they can get people. I think Farwell might cooperate. That makes the most sense to me. You can burn the whole thing down and I would keep Farwell in prison for life. I would just take the death penalty off the table, which they did, and then I would plea him out to a life offense, no possibility of parole, but I'd put him in BOP WITSEC. There's an external WITSEC if you're out of prison, witness security, and then there's a BOP WITSEC. You can be in WITSEC in prison. They'll never find you. And that's the best way to do it. Keep him in jail for life. He's a deviant. He's very dangerous. But flip Farwell. Take the death penalty off the table, which they already did, and give him a life term, no possibility of parole. Make him allocute publicly, and then flip him. You flip him, you got the whole network right up to the top. He'll tell you all the dirt, I bet. They got to keep him alive, though. That's why we don't see him. I guarantee you they're going to flip him. God bless you, Share Bear. Anytime you need me, we will find a way to connect. I extend my towel hugs to you, my dear friend. We have to keep reading, though. But yes, as you can imagine, I can sense where this is going. It was the Proctor insight that really pushed it over the edge for me. Realizing that he shouldn't have had the job, somebody got it for him. And as a result of somebody getting him that job, he owed favors. Never owe. First of all, you sell your soul the second you owe somebody a favor like that. It's different. Doing something out of the goodness of your heart is fine. But when you start trading favors, the other person owns you. Don't ask for a favor like that. Dude, and the people who operate like that, that's a dark series of forces. Very dark. Your venerated reporter doesn't fear very much. Actually, nothing. I don't really care. But my point is, Yeah, to work on favors, and then transactional favors where like you have to go and like you might get the call to do something very bad because you got a favor 10 years ago. That's two worlds work that way. Neither of them are good. Thank you, my friend Standing Stones. We're going to get through this document. Towel girlfriend's already in bed, so I'm not rushing. I don't think I'm going to get to Canton. But my point is, I'm a towel. And God bless all of you for watching. Thank you very much for being here with me. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We've been going for 4 hours trying to get through a 15, 20-page document. I guess I've had a lot to say. Proctor was discussing a pornographic movie called Blackjack City, and he said this was nothing but fat N-words getting pounded out with huge, runny, flapjack breasts. And he did not use the word breasts. Thank you, Standing Stones. I'll drink as much towel water as I can. Next, Detroit should be destroyed, along with places like Flint, Michigan. They are breeding ground. This is Proctor speaking. They are breeding grounds for N-words to run wild. Oh. Hello, Kingsley. It's so good to see you. I missed you, dear friend. God bless you. I hope you've been well. This is certainly a rough document, but we're getting through it. Proctor says, quote, obviously, he can't watch, he says the word I, a black dude F a white chick, close quote. Oh my God. Miss FAFO, it was so good to see you, my friend. God bless you. Have a wonderful time at work. Thank you for providing all that wonderful positive energy during this intense document. God bless you. Silent Dogs, I appreciate that erudite historical commentary. Everyone is indeed welcome in Towel Town, Share Bear. That's true, water under the fridge. Our valiant prince and defender of the Great Lakes from Iranian invasion through Canada. We're not letting the Canadians allow the Iranians into the Great Lakes. They think they're really smart. They're going to roll the boats over the logs. Nope, water under the fridge is already on it. Hashtag save the goats. All right. This is really hard to read. Now he talks about the town of Randolph, and he says, quote, this is Michael Proctor, Randolph is filled with N-word, no good N-words, hard R, both times. Then Proctor says, out of context, just the quote, sand N-words, close quote, attributed to Michael Proctor. Apparently Proctor is a vulgarian, a vulgar individual, especially one who emphasizes or is oblivious to his or her vulgar qualities. A vulgarian. Listen, sounds like Star Trek, but vulgarian, I'm all about it. Michael Proctor, the vulgarian. Karen's got to put that in a filing. He's a vulgarian. This, what is it? Insidious, flagrant, virtupitous vulgarian. My syntactical rhetorical precision is second to none. All right. Then going back to Michael Proctor, he says just the slur G. It's the G word that ends in a K. That's horrible. Then Proctor says, open quote, N-word, hard R, movie, close quote. That's it. This is just horrible after horrible after horrible. Then he says, quote, I wouldn't rush. I heard a N-word, hard R, was involved. That was in reference to the car crash. That's Michael Proctor talking to Sean Good. Then Michael Proctor says, quote, we could use them, and then he says, N-word with the hard R, as dartboards. Oh my God. Okay, next page. Now, point Y. Proctor then says, N-word lover, close quote. There's no content. That's just the whole quote. Then he says, quote, it should be punch a N-word, hard R, day in Canton today out of retribution. This is Michael Proctor. Any SHINEUC, blast it in the face, close quote. Oh my God. Recommending Michael, now point double A, Michael Proctor, recommending a movie theater because there are, quote, no N-words, hard R. And then BB, discussing his first arrest and saying it was a, quote, effing immigrant, close quote, who is, quote, going back to Guatemala, close quote. Next one, open quote, all G word ending in a K have shrubs between their legs. Michael Proctor. Next one, open quote, noodle, N-word, hard R, close quote, Michael Proctor. I don't even know what that means. I don't want to know. EE, open quote, Michael Proctor. I haven't shot anyone, but I did pull a N-word over today, hard R, for tossing a cigarette out the window. Dude, we got to find that ticket. Whoever got pulled over that day, that defendant deserves to know. He does. Who the hell, that dude got pulled over for flicking a cigarette out the window because he was black. And he probably drove away being like, I bet that cop pulled me over because I was black and I can't prove it. Well, dude, you can prove it. We got it. I don't know who you are out there, man in Massachusetts. We'll find you. Hopefully you can get, justice. You were right. Your intuition was spot on, and there's proof. Man who got pulled over for throwing a cigarette out the window just because he was black. Proctor then says, a-hole N-word, without the hard R, and an S, ruined the NBA. Okay, Michael Proctor has a lot. Michael Proctor's got beef with the National Basketball Association. I'm telling you, he's got beef with them. I don't think he should go to any Celtics games. I think he's going to be banned from the NBA arenas. Okay, now Michael Proctor's got beef with the entire country of Ghana. Did the U.S. beat Ghana in soccer or something? U.S. soccer beats Ghana World Cup. I think we can nail this down. No, they played in 2010. No, they played in 2014. Yes. So it looks like the U.S. played Ghana twice in 2014. Once. Maybe twice. Let me see the group games. Hold on. The U.S. played Germany, Portugal, Ghana. What about U.S. v. Ghana? When did the U.S. play Ghana? Come on now. Portugal, Ghana, Germany, Ghana, U.S. Ghana. Ah! I got it. This text was sent on the 16th of June, 2014, sometime after, 7 p.m. UTC -3 time. I got it. I'm telling you. Why else would he be saying eat a sexual organ, Ghana? He's saying it because the U.S. beat Ghana in the World Cup game 2-1. It was when Brooks scored the 86-minute goal after Ghana had tied it 1-1 in the 82nd following Clint Dempsey's first-minute goal. So it was right after, I would guess it was right after Brooks scored the goal. So this game probably ended at 8:30 p.m. BRT, which is UTC -3. They were watching this game. So what day was it? This text was sent on, I can almost guarantee, the 16th of June, 2014. Why else would he just be taking issue with the country of Ghana? Ghana doesn't even come up in domestic U.S. discussions. Got him. All right, here's the quote, which I think it's going to be confirmed, but just take a note. My prediction is this will have been sent on the 16th of June, 2014. Michael Proctor said, quote, eat a sexual organ, Ghana. He did not say sexual organ. Let's enslave those N-words, hard R. My car needs a cleaning. Oh my word. We beat Ghana in the World Cup, and Michael Proctor's response was, let's enslave the entire population of Ghana so they can clean his car? I don't know. I mean, what? I feel like, the other countries that watch this for war coverage are tuning in and being like, what has gone wrong in Massachusetts? I thought these people were liberal. What has happened to the police in Massachusetts? Oh, God. Silent Dogs, thank you for letting me know that you oppose enslaving the entire country of Ghana because they beat the U.S. They lost to the U.S. in soccer or football. I think that that's an appropriate position. I support you wholeheartedly. I do not think we should enslave the population of Ghana. I don't know why this state trooper at the time wanted to enslave the entire population of Ghana, who he referred to by racial slurs, so they could clean his car because the U.S. beat their soccer team in the World Cup. I mean, these things are just very not connected. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to analyze this. I don't understand. It's not that important. It's great that we beat them in the World Cup, but why does this man immediately go to... It's not even like an extreme reaction. He's not happy. He's not pleased. He wants to enslave all the people in Ghana because they are black, and then he refers to them as a racial slur, and then says he wants them to clean his car because we beat them in the World Cup. And this was a state trooper. I mean, yeah, this is a tough one, Cher Bear, but I think the public interest and record is important here. Like, the weight of the historical record being made, even though I must and feel compelled to edit some of this horrific language, is important, and we're going to get through this. If you've never watched me do a motion before, we used to read through a lot of motions. It takes a while. You got to read motions with a fine-tooth comb, because that's how judges read them. Well, thank you, Silent Dogs. Your input is always appreciated. Then Proctor says, I would rather deal with the R, slur for mentally disabled people at Starbucks, than the R, slur for mentally disabled people, Brazilians at Dunks, which is Dunkin' Donuts. Then Proctor asks for everyone's favorite race to bang, and Proctor says Middle Eastern would be asinine. That's a $10 word for a penny brain. What are you using the word asinine for? What, you have to Google it. $10 word that his brain can't cache. Using the word asinine in that racist context offends my sensibilities. It is, Terry, so good to see you. It is very traumatizing. Tried to do a lot of mental decompression breaks. I cannot say I'm pleased with anything that I've read. Easily the most horrifying. I've read some tough court motions in my life. Seen some horrifying things said because of the nature of various charges in various cases that I cover. I've never in my life, as a humble war reporter towel, have ever seen anything like this. I've never been disgusted like this. I've never been offended. I've never been appalled. All at the same time. I'm experiencing so much just, I don't know what the word is. Horror. It's a court motion too. It's very rare that you get a court motion that is like seminal. I don't think it will go down as like a turning point in American history by any means. There have been bigger moments. But I think it will go down in this state definitely as a bit of a reckoning. Like, I think it will change things automatically. The tone and tenor will change automatically. I saw that first 48. They're saying it wasn't an Iranian drone, but I saw the engine being carried out by the Kuwaiti armed forces. And unless they know how to make the Iranian Shahid engine, it's a specific gas-powered engine based on a German engine. Unless they can copy that, I don't know. It was in the daylight, by the way, so it could be a false flag. You must understand. It could be a false flag. But that would mean they had to get an Iranian drone to do it. or at least a copy of one. And I'm not talking about like a reproduction. They'd have to get the actual engine that the Iranians used. They could, I'm sure, if they captured one. You have to get the engine itself, because the engine is made in Iran. It's based on German tech, but it's a gas-powered engine that are in the Shahids. So you have to reproduce that. And I saw the security man carrying the engine out of the Kuwaiti airport. All right, let me continue. Proctor then just again says the sand N-word hard R quote. Then Proctor, while discussing Jewish people from the town of Sharon in Massachusetts, says, quote, I can't believe he said this. We really should keep them, referring to the Jewish people of Sharon, in a concentration camp. All right, you don't keep people. I don't even know. I think he did understand, but you don't keep people in those camps. You send them there to die. So are you suggesting that we round up, Mr. Proctor, are you suggesting we round up the Jewish population of Sharon now? So I don't even know if I can list all the things that this man wants to do, but I want to tell you what he's been suggesting in his text according to this court filing and audio messages. He wants to round up all the Jewish people in Sharon and put them in concentration camps. Just the town of Sharon, Massachusetts, apparently, just the Jewish people there. The other Jewish people, I guess, avoided his list for now. He also wants to enslave, and I'm not kidding you, he said this verbatim, the entire country of Ghana, who he referred to as the N-word with a hard R, all the people there, so they can wash his car, because the U.S. beat them in soccer or football. That's just like the past 3 lines of this document. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I think we've jumped the shark. I feel a little just lost for words. I think I'm the second person to try to read through this. I saw attorney Melanie Little was doing her best. I bet it was I kind of want to watch it back. I bet it was a little tough for her. God bless her for trying to do it. I'm pretty seasoned when it comes to reporting very intense things. This is probably the worst thing I've ever had to read. You can't stop towel. I'm back. Hello. I'm back. You can't stop towel. I think this is one of the most traumatizing things I've ever had to read. Hello, Triple Bob. You missed our Triple Bob. Wait till you hear the lecture from earlier. I'll have to find the timestamp where I explained constitutional dualism and also Habermas's critique of legal rationality. It was great. We talked about West Coast Hotel v. Parish from 1937. I had a grand old time. All the Bobs are here. It's a Bob party. God bless you all. I'm a town. We've been reading a very, very, very tough document. Let's continue. Quote, Michael Proctor, I went to this cobbler to have he probably said my, rectum, what? He says a-hole, stretched, so I could fit, what? Black hog in it, and asked if they do boots too. Wait, what? I don't know what he was trying to communicate. Am I supposed to take that literally? Is he saying he literally I mean, I don't know how to analyze this. A cobbler is a man who fixes shoes. I'm sorry. I don't know how to remedy this. Is there some meaning to this that I don't know? Is a cobbler, do they do things that I haven't been told about? Is there some kind of metaphorical meaning here? I don't know what to say. I think it's broken me. Oh, I agree. I just don't. So cobblers, I'll just do my best. Cobblers are kind of, you go into the cobbler, and the cobbler fixes your shoes. It's kind of an old school thing. Instead of buying new shoes, there was a time when you could get your shoes repaired. It saved you money. And so you'd go to the cobbler, and, he would, whatever the hell he does, bang on the shoe with, like, an instrument and fix the heel, or whatever the hell a cobbler does. I've never visited one, but I've heard about them. There used to be one next to down the Star in Cambridge, you know what I'm saying? When the Star used to have the freaking little, like rolly thing that you would send the bin down, and it would go out to the parking lot, and it would be in the, like, under the little roof thing, and you would get it from the nice man. You'd pull up with a ticket, and he'd hand you your groceries from under the ground. I don't really know. My point is, listen, it was a weird time in history. My point is, there was a nice cobbler. It was probably the 1990s. It was a very quaint time. And you could just go down. I never really understood it. You walk by the Bottle Redemption. You go to the left. There's this little cobbler, and he fixed your shoes. Now, as far as I know, this man and any cobbler, I don't know how to do this. They don't have licenses to insert items into people's rectums. What have they done to me? This is just outrageous. I'm just telling you, like, this is not a part of the cobbler's trade. I don't know how to analyze this. Kitty Kobo, that's wonderful. I hope that you had a wonderful time when you visited the cobbler. You could probably confirm for me, as I've never been to one, but I did see a cobbler one time, that they don't do this. So just to take this literally, yes, I do think peach cobbler's great, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about actually going to a man who fixes shoes. It could be a woman. We're going to assume it's a man. So, taking this literally, what Michael Proctor is saying in this quote is that, I don't know if I can do this, he went to the man who fixes shoes, and for an unexplained reason, Michael Proctor said to the man who fixes the shoes that he needed his rectum stretched, which doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. That's not what cobblers do. And it's not just that he went there for this purpose, which is so bizarre. Who was the guy that wrote the book, the novel Guts? Short story Guts. It's very gross. Chuck Palahniuk. So this is like a Chuck Palahniuk novel. We're going to call this like Tao's like rendition of a Chuck Palahniuk novel. All right. So just imagine yourself. You're Michael Proctor. You're you're down the Star, and you see a cobbler at the bottom of the stairs. Now, it's otherwise a bright sunny day. The birds are chirping. There's the normal ebb and flow of traffic. The Star Market has a bit of a combination of a linoleum and also like sort of like air freshener smell that also kind of betrays sort of like a latent kind of rot. That's just endemic throughout New England. So you got to combine like that fresh air and the birds chirping and the sun with this just like odd like musk that exists in every Star Market within like the entire area. So as this is again Towell's retelling of this quote in the style of a Chuck Palahniuk novel. It's my interpolation of it. So anyway, you're walking down the stairs. You kind of just slowly make your way to the bottom of this cement staircase, and you're making sure to hold on to the railing if you're Michael Proctor, because you're so eagerly looking forward to visiting the cobbler. Now, what most people would think of as a cobbler is just a mundane, routine opportunity to get one's shoes fixed. Yes, a shoe is an instrument that any man may find most utilitarian in his day-to-day experiences to indeed avoid, stepping on nails or things like that. You might be right, Silent Dogs. Guts is pretty good, though. Anyway, continuing with my retelling. So as you walk with the Star Market behind you, underneath an awning overhang in the dark, musky sort of halls of this Star Market, you approach a door that says Cobbler. And of course, as Michael Proctor, your first immediate thought is, I should enter this building to speak to the man about having various orifices that belong to my body for sexual and other purposes stretched. So you walk in, of course. Now, you're confronted with what you would think would be a befuddled cobbler who had never come across such a request before, but instead the man winks at you, tells you to assume what would be an otherwise regular or irregular position within a shoe-fixing store, and thus the ritual begins. Why there are voodoo dolls, random seances, and pentagrams on the floor you still haven't quite put together. At that point, the propofol takes effect, and you wake up with a quite strange pain and a fixed pair of shoes. There you go. I don't know if I should do that, Tripoli Bob. I think he's a state cop. I think I got enough problems. But yeah, I like the way you think. So anyway, that's just part one. I left out the more gratuitous part because actually you weren't just going in there to the cobbler to get, that orifice stretched. I'm repeating this verbatim from the court document. You were apparently doing this because you needed to, fit things inside. Now, the part that doesn't really make sense is that you also request in this sort of quote, if you're Michael Proctor, to have the cobbler work on your boots. And that's where it ends. If this is some kind of ritualistic black sex magic, I have completely missed the boat. I just want to openly declare I've taken this very literally. If there's some esoteric meaning about cobblers and whatever instrument is used to open orifices and, hogs that are black and, boots, if I am just missing some symbolism here, you can tell me. If this is some kind of Aleister Crowley thing, first of all, how did the cobblers get involved? Second of all, I don't want anything to do with sex magic. If this is sex magic, count me out. First of all, I was never interested to begin with. I am perfectly satisfied as I am. Thank you very much. Towel Girlfriend's wonderful. But my point is, no sex magic. If that's sex magic, count me out. I'm sorry. What else am I supposed to do with that sentence? That is not an English sentence. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my entire life. How did I miss that the first time? I probably read that and was like, this is just absurd. This is not even a real sentence. Oh, yes, it is. I don't know what the context is. I'm hesitant to even ask. I swear on everything I consider holy, if I find out that this is some kind of black magic, sex magic, ritualistic incantation, I'm going to be mad. What the? This is just outrageous. Interpret towel. Oh. Oh, what have I done? Yeah, T.A. Sarah, no notes required on this. This is exempted from the final under Towel's prerogative. Oh, goodness. All right. And then Proctor says a very vulgar slur for Chinese people that starts with C and ends with K and says "I'd" at the end. Michael Proctor. Also horrifying. All right, 37. We made it through 50 quotes in a row. In addition to these horrific statements indicating the extent to which he believed those with backgrounds and characteristics similar to him, white male, were superior to others, woman, non-white, Proctor also wasn't shy about his other proclivities, good word, that made him patently unfit for service, including that, more than once, Proctor discussed planting coke on people and shoving a nightstick up someone's rectum. He didn't say rectum. Oh, Look at that. Proctor discussed planting coke on people. Why would he do that? First of all, where'd you get the coke? You take it from the evidence room? Get it from around town? You have a buddy you could call? Been doing that white girl? I know the lingo. I'm on to you, degenerates. My point is, setting aside that no one should be doing cocaine right now because you will end up inevitably sniffing fentanyl and dying. So don't do drugs. This is your public service announcement. Just say no. Don't do drugs. You take one wrong line, it has the fent in it, you die. How's that for a public service announcement? The DEA can thank me later. So anyway, the point is, where did he get the blow? What was he doing with the blow? Also brings up a lot of questions about if he ever uses the term white girl. Anyway, the planting coke thing is a big deal because there's allegations of evidence planting in Karen's suit. So, yeah. And someone went in my Twitter replies and was like, there's nothing in there about evidence planting. And I was like, I screenshotted that specific paragraph, put a big red arrow on that line, and I was like, well, this is awkward. Silent dogs. I'm getting worried about silent dogs. Still haven't found out what a real country is from silent dogs yet, so we're working on that one. 38. Proctor recognized his inadequacy in 2017, writing that he had no idea how he passed the background check, although he did explain that state police detectives units do the background check for applicants. They allowed a girl into the next academy who admitted to using cocaine and ecstasy and recently used those drugs. Oh, is she still working right now? By the way, MSP detectives units. Didn't Brian Tully run an MSP detectives unit? He was a sergeant back when Proctor was hired. Who was the detective back then? Who investigated? Who was the detective lieutenant of the Norfolk Police SPDU unit when Tiffany Overstreet was charged in the summer of 2014 or fall? Who was the sergeant? Brian Tully's predecessor? Because Tully went to that unit when there was another detective lieutenant there. So that probably was the dude who was the detective lieutenant at the time that Proctor had his background check done. But that doesn't mean the Norfolk SPDU did Proctor's background check. It just means that the BFIT unit could have had the connects to a lieutenant. Because all the detective units are basically run by a detective lieutenant. So if you got a detective lieutenant to do the background check, that's how they did this. Well, we have our answer. Karen gave us a lot of the pieces of the puzzle. You got to read this very closely. I can't believe it's all coming together. It's what they're not. This is like good jazz, this filing. As much as there's in here, as much as there is high notes here, you got to listen between the lines. There's a puzzle. There's a picture emerging. They're painting a mosaic, but they're not saying it. They're trying to tip you off to why he did the favor without saying it. They don't want to tip their hand. Well, it's also explosive to say that. They're implying it without saying it, but they have the evidence that he owed favors because he shouldn't have been hired. The question is who. That's my question as a journalist. Who was the detective lieutenant who approved Proctor's hiring? We can get it through a FOIA. We should talk to Kyle and Emily C. But whoever the detective lieutenant was that was in charge, we know that there was a guy on the detective lieutenant's unit because Proctor was texting him that dude was going around asking about people. So if you go up in this filing and you read that guy's name, Proctor's like, oh, I just want to tell you, he's telling his buddies, like, there's this guy from the state police going around doing a background check. My guess is that dude was an underling of the detective lieutenant who did the favor to get Proctor the job, and therefore that detective lieutenant will know who called in the favor, and therefore that will tie into who called Proctor in the morning of January 29th, 2022, and had him go to the scene at 34 Fairview, and I bet there's some connection between all of this. Hashtag on the towel. We'll get him. Oh, Sweet Nothing said, thanks, Grant. Who hired these guys? It's a great question. who hired him, who did the background check. Thank you so much, Oh Sweet Nothing. You're wonderful. Let's go to Sean Good. We're 5 hours into this almost. This is a long document. People should be warned. Be forewarned if you're going to do this. It takes a while. Nightbot should still be here. I hope nobody banned Nightbot. Hold on, let's check. I don't think you can ban Nightbot, actually. Yeah, Nightbot's here. He's got superpowers. He's a Nightbot. Alright, let's go to the next part. Here we go. Messages sent by Good. 39. CPD Sergeant Sean Good. By the way, you can follow along with the link in the pinned comment. Here we go. CPD Sergeant Sean Good. No, Tripoli Bob. Leave Nightbot alone. He has all the donation links. Now Nightbot's going to yell at Tripoli Bob. Called it. Tripoli Bob, he has all the donation links. We need him. Hashtag defend Nightbot. Nightbot is such a good little bot. You provoked him. I think I don't know what happens with the blocking and unblocking. But yeah, Nightbot is still around. You'll see him pop up above my head. But yeah, Nightbot's around. Speaking of that, we've been going for 5 hours. God bless all of you who have been supporting this stream. Oh, Standing Stones, thank you. He says, I blocked Nightbot. My life has been better for, and my life is better. And a few others. God bless you, Standing Stones. God bless you, Standing Stones. I'll allow it. I think we needed that mental decompression break. You keep fighting the good fight. But yes, if you like what you saw today, it's a little different than our, obviously, war coverage. It's both more intense in different ways and less intense in some ways. But if you want to support this channel, I've been going for 5 hours or so. There's a Cash App, money sign Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant-E1, PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. You can help feed me. We're getting there. Like every month, I pay off more and more and getting closer and closer to being sustainable, or at least being able to eat. Haven't had as many emergencies recently. Doing my best to stay alive. But yeah, disabled independent reporter. God bless all of you who do send donations to keep me alive. Thank you to everyone who donated today, sent jewels, super chats like Standing Stones, and my dear friend, I'm not going to forget. Oh yes, it was Oh Sweet Nothing, which has Oh Sweet Nothing. That is just such a nice ring to it when you say the username. Standing Stones as well. You all have wonderful usernames. Anyway, all right. Thank you for allowing me to do that donation read. First one after 4.5 hours. We've had so much fun. The time just flies. Towel girlfriend went to bed. I wanted to hang out with her. I miss her so dearly. But I'm going to spend some time with her tomorrow, so you won't see me tomorrow. Unless there's an emergency. All right, here we go. 39. CPD Sergeant Sean Good was no more discreet about his own biased and deranged views. 40. Like Proctor, and while a CPD officer, Good regularly referred to and discussed women in venomous ways. A. The C word, Sean Good. B. Fat C word, Sean Good. All quotes. C. Quote. A real C word, Sean Good. Quote. D. Effing C word, Sean Good. Quote. E. The biggest C word, Sean Good. Close quote. F. The S word, ending in a T. S blank LT. Close quote. Sean Good. G. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu is a little C word. Close quote. Sean Good. And open quote, wait, she sending you nudes? Send them, close quote. Open quote, if name redacted would let me see her cans and actually take a photo of them, I would send them. We are family here. Sean Good. Oh, bro. I told you. There's something off. There's something off about the whole thing. Who does that? First of all, if you're significant other shared an intimate photo, why would you ever then go around being like, hey, she won't get, I'll send it to you? Or why would you say she won't give it to me, but I would if she could, we're family? Bro, what kind of family? What do you mean by that? That's sus, as the kids would say. Very sus. That implies, notice the jazz here, what's not being said. What's not being said is louder than the notes. If jazz were a legal motion, this would be it. And this is a loud piece. There's a cacophonous crescendo of noise, and it's the silence, the space between the notes, is still louder. There's a lot here. This is very explosive. I didn't realize how explosive it was. Very good jazz. I like this. This is like reading a savant's legal motion. There's legal motions, and then there's this. This is a lawyer's, like, if your favorite rapper had a favorite rapper, this is like if your favorite lawyer had a favorite lawyer. It's just sublime. Sublime legal writing, like Justice Cardozo and Palsgraf, is a fleeting art form. This is sublime. It's grotesque, the content, but in form, it's sublime. I mean, it's incredible. It's stunning. It's a lot of work. Normally, you can have too many cooks in the kitchen, and it won't be a cohesive whole. You'll lose that fluidity structurally. But this is a lot of cooks in the kitchen. Stylistically, you can tell different people wrote different paragraphs. The lexicon shifts drastically from certain parts to others. But it's really good. It's very, 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 very good. It's not a motion, it's a complaint. It's a moving paper, I suppose. But it's really good. Ups the game a little bit. It will make the courts expect a little better from pleadings. It's overkill at this point. It's not in violation of the rule. It's not superfluous. It's not too long. But yeah, it sets a standard. It's a very demanding standard. And it's really tough because they got to answer this. They got to answer the whole thing one paragraph at a time. It's well pled. Well pleaded. It's a lot. It's a very dense. We're not even at the point of all this. This is the foundation to make the claim. Hello, Larson. The cows are mad and the goats are eating the cheese. Damn right. It's so good to see you. I missed you, Larson. Yes, I am back. God bless you, silent dogs. Alright, 41. Good displayed the same racial and religious supremacist views as Procta, which, like his misogyny, impacted how he viewed the members of the public he encountered on a regular basis as a police officer. Among others, Good sent these messages while he was a CPD officer, referring to Bob Kraft as a terrible C-word Jew. That was nice of him. Saying the N-word with a hard R. Open quote, close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Can't deal with the G-word ending in a K. Close quote. Sean Good. G-word K-land. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Jews controlled the election? Question mark. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. She's a Jew, so she definitely puts out. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. The Jew chick? Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Stupid, ugly G-word with a K. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Jew F-word. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Eat a black sexual organ. He did not say that. Close actual. He didn't say sexual organ. He said a more vulgar word. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Eat an Asian sexual organ. He did not say sexual organ. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. C-word slur ending in K. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Very Jewy. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. G-word ending slur ending in a K. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. C-word slur ending in K. T-word slur for a mentally disabled person ending in T. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Noisy little Jew dweeb. Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Is that a Jew or a black? Close quote. Sean Good. Open quote. Never understood whiny Jew humor. Close quote. Hey! I use whiny Jew humor. Hey! Wait a minute. I'm personally offended. I gotta retain my journalistic impartiality. I feel personally attacked. Whiny Jew humor? I've never heard of such a thing. Why would you ever suggest that exists? That's nonsense. I've never heard of such a thing. I'm going to whine about it. Good then says Jew sympathizers, close quote. Good then says Anne Frank's a lying C-word, close quote. Disgusting. She's dead. And he's basically denying the Holocaust. Open quote, and then just to really hit it home, the K-word for Jewish people, close quote. He was worse than Proctor in some regards, although I don't know if that's possible. Then Good says, open quote, how are the blacks down there? Very, and then he says a slur, B-L-A-C-K-I-E, question mark. Oh my God. 42. Good also shared similar disdain for homosexual members of the community in Canton and elsewhere, referring to them repeatedly as F-words, H-words, and C-suckers. Like Proctor, Good exhibited more in these messages than just his bias and hate. He also showed that he lacks the basic discretion and neutrality required of a police officer deputized to protect and serve all members of the community, regardless of skin color and ethnicity, gender, religious beliefs, and or sexual orientation. 44. As just one example, in 2022, as an 18-year veteran of CPD, Good shared his views in writing on Sandra Birchmore, a young woman who tragically died the year before in Canton, and whose death was initially ruled a suicide until self-harm until federal authorities discovered that multiple officers from neighboring town Stoughton's police department had been sexually abusing Ms. Birchmore when she was a minor. After federal authorities investigated, they charged a former Stoughton police officer with her murder, and her death is now classified as a homicide at the federal level. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office earlier this year changed her death from suicide to undetermined. Against this backdrop, Good told his friends that, quote, that chick, referring to Sandra, was borderline. And then he used a slur for mentally disabled people. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, this monster. How dare he? I'm made. I'm very made. I'm very made. Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 5 p.m. Eastern exactly in Boston. This is Towel News. You can find more at youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis. I've been reading through over the past 5 hours Karen Reed's shocking filing in her lawsuit against the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department regarding their negligent, Karen alleges, hiring of former State Trooper Michael Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good, both of whom were involved in the investigation and alleged cover-up of the death of John O'Keefe. Throughout Karen's filing, which is 87 pages, the first 17 of which are shocking and contain numerous text and audio message transcriptions between Good, Proctor, and other potential police officers and buddies that, to put it lightly, reference multiple slurs against multiple ethnicities, deny the Holocaust, basically, degrade Anne Frank, imply that a cobbler has the ability to expand a sexual orifice, and implied that Proctor would ejaculate onto sleeping women, among other horrifying disclosures. It can now be revealed that Good, who resigned just 2 days ago before this filing came out from the Canton Police, told his colleagues regarding Sandra Birchmore, the young woman who on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m., the federal government alleges was murdered along with her unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy by former Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell, who currently sits in federal prison awaiting his August 2026 trial for both the death of Sandra under 28 U.S.C. 1853, murder of a cooperating witness, and a new federal statute that protects unborn babies. Farwell will face charges for both of those counts. Good referred to Sandra after she was dead, and after the federal government apparently, so in 2022, after the state police cleared Farwell, despite clear evidence obtained during the first 48 hours of the investigation into Sandra's death, which began on February 4th, 2021, and concluded the first 48 hours on February 6th, 2021, whereupon the case was transferred pursuant to the original jurisdiction over all unattended deaths held by the Massachusetts State Police by statute in the Commonwealth to Brian Tully's State Police Unit, whose second in command was Executive Officer John Fanning, and whose third in command was Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. Yes, that case, once it was turned over to the state police, despite a litany of evidence presented to that unit, including that Farwell was abusing Sandra dating back to when she was 14 years old as a child in the Police Explorers program in Stoughton that was run by a man named Robert Devine, who had a contract with a company called Learning for Life that may well be tied to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Further, the state police had evidence that Matthew Farwell had been going around in the days before Sandra's death telling people that he would, quote, take care of the problem himself if Sandra insisted on carrying her unborn baby to term. Thirdly, the state police had evidence that Matthew Farwell was the man on security camera at 9:27 p.m. on February 1st, 2021, at Sandra's apartment at the time of her death. How do we know? Because her cell phone battery drained in such a way where the state police were able to determine that specific time as her time of death. She used her phone all the time, suddenly stopped using it right then. The battery drained consistently until she was found on February 4th after a wellness check by her colleagues was called into the Canton police. And you might be saying to yourself, is Sean Good the type of person who, after the state police, John Fanning in particular, Brian Tully's executive officer, this unit worked for the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey. John Fanning himself used to work in Stoughton as a cop, as did Yuri Buchanan. Did that unit write a report blaming Sandra for her own death and exonerating Farwell in 2021? Yes. Did Sean Good then tell his colleagues that Sandra was, quote, borderline R-word, a slur for mentally disabled people? Yes. In August of 2023, did the federal government open a grand jury into Farwell? Yes. In August of 2024, was he indicted federally for Sandra Birchmore's murder? Yes. In November or October or September of 2025, was he indicted again with a superseding count for the death of Sandra's unborn baby? Yes. Did the Massachusetts medical examiner just change its finding regarding Sandra's death only weeks ago to one of undetermined instead of self-harm? Yes. Has the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey, or his underling, Greg Connor, trying to run against Adam Deutsch to become the next Norfolk DA, admitted or recognized that Sandra's death was a homicide? No. But yet you had Sean Good out there in 2022 slandering a dead woman's good name because his buddy cop was at that point going to skate free with no charges for taking her life, Sandra Birchmore's life, and the life of her unborn baby. It's a disgrace. You can find this citation on page 18 of 87 of Karen Reed's new filing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am incredulous. I'm angry. Some of the quotes in this document will make you lose your ever-loving mind. There's a reckoning coming in Massachusetts. Whatever apparatus was funding this cover-up, hiding these messages, whichever apparatus silenced Tiffany Overstreet back in 2014, whichever apparatus protected Robert Devine and Matthew Farwell and covered up John O'Keefe's death and hurt Sandra Birchmore, a reckoning is coming. It's going to come by way of Adam Deitch winning the Norfolk County DA primary in September of 2026. It's going to come by further filings in this shocking case Karen has filed against the MSP and Canton PD for negligent hiring of Good and Proctor. And it's going to come by way of the unraveling of an outsourced, in my opinion, private intelligence operation that's been infiltrating the lives of innocent victims and women trapped within a brothel network, and furthermore, criminal defendants who drew the ire of this godforsaken paramilitary Gestapo running wild through my state of Massachusetts. God bless you all. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I cut that in one take. Thanks for watching. Hey, that was good. I recorded that all at once. How was that? How you all doing? Good to see you. Mimi, hello. Thank you so much. Oh, Mimi, I was having one of those moments. I was cutting a report that I was going to write up for Twitter, so I was doing my towel thing. I normally would have run right over and said, hello, dear Mimi. All right, now let me write this up. If you ever have wondered, how does Towel do it? Well, what I like to do is, first of all, did you know my write-up of this document got 115,000 views on Twitter in a few hours? That's pretty interesting. Anyway, so I like to quote the post. So I just did that video there, and now I'll write it up. New. In a horrifying revelation, Karen Reed has revealed that former Canton police officer Sean Good told his friends as early as 2022 that he thought Sandra Birchmore was I don't like typing that word out. All right. And then let me just get rid of those two. This was right as his friend Michael Proctor's unit covered up Sandra's murder. This is outrageous. I am so upset. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. They were all in on it. This was like a modern Interpen. These dudes were just called in. They were like fixers. This is bad. And I know what they did to those girls. This was not just one person. This network is extensive. I don't know how long it's going to take to actually expose this all, but we're close. Anyway, thank you all very much. Reporter Towel is a machine. Thank you, Interpret Towel. Thank you, Kara. And thank you, Mimi. I think it was the energy from Mimi and Kara and Interpret Towel and Tiffany Bob and Larson and all of you that allowed me to do that. Sometimes you just got to one take it. A lot of reporters can one take it. I don't know if they could one take it after streaming for 5 hours, but it just comes with the territory. Anyway, so while that's uploading, let's go back to our reading. That'll take a little bit to upload. All right, let's get to work. I'm so mad. I had to just type that up and yell about that last paragraph. I cut a report in real time. Then I'll upload it so people can watch it, even if they missed the stream. I don't need someone to cut it after the fact. I can just cut it live. I just click a button. So I'm recording and streaming, and then I get the recorded part as an individual video file, write it up, clip it, put it up. Oh, you're wonderful, Kara. You all give me such wonderful strength. And the goats. Did you know Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie? Hi, Ellie. How are you doing? I'm a towel. All right. This part also is really frustrating. Good also helped his friends avoid repercussions for what appears to have been their regular practice of driving drunk. Quote, from Good to his friends. Sobriety checkpoint on Route 138 by the trail side tonight. Please stay away tonight. Can't help you if you get caught. Too many troopas in Milton PD. Keep this info between us. Wow. They were literally avoiding DUI checkpoints. They were telling him how to drive drunk. Can't help you if you get caught. Yikes. 46. Good apparently relished his ability to use his institutional power and authority and access to illegally. Good apparently relished his ability to use his institutional power, authority, and access to illegally obtain information about women he encountered in his daily life. Writing in 2015, I can't wait to look this C word up tonight at work. Yikes. Next, MSP and CPD knew or should have known about Procter & Good's bigotry. 47. Procter & Good's biases, bigotries, and personal history were known or should have been known to MSP and CPD when they hired, trained, promoted, and supervised them. 48. Not only were the MSP and CPD on notice of Procter & Good's troubling views and intolerant attitudes towards various members of the community they were sworn to protect and serve during the underlying investigation into Mr. O'Keefe's death, but Procter's supervisors knew Procter had a close relationship with the Alberts, and that Procter made no secret of his bias against Miss Reed, demonstrating a clear prejudice against her from the outset. For its part, CPD refuses to acknowledge its role in this debacle of an investigation or recognize the significant flaws in its hiring, training, and supervising practices, illustrated by Good's continued role as a sergeant for the CPD until 2 days ago when, upon information and belief, CPD was informed by MSP's counsel that this complaint would soon be filed. Wow! Wow, he resigned in response to this complaint. There it is. There it is. Wow. There it is. Boom. It was in the complaint. It's hidden in there. You really got to read it, but it's in there. Wow. Just wow. Another one down for Karen. She single-handedly took him out. Mimi says, marvelous, Grant. Ellie took me today to the dentist to get my tooth number 31 removed. I won't miss my right back molar. I am so happy I can listen in today to your brilliant coverage. Oh, Mimi, I hope you feel so much better. I hope you're not in any pain, and I'll be praying for you, my friend. You're so wonderful. God bless you and Ellie. But yep, there you go. Proof that Karen was the reason Sean Good resigned from the horse's mouth. The towel's mouth, I should say. Oh, and see, the video we clipped is almost uploaded. It's at like 35%. It's only got to get to 50 on Twitter. Then it processes. 50. Helpful right to the end. CPD then permitted Good to resign 2 days before the filing of this complaint, rather than firing him, and thus saving him from the reputational and financial implications of being terminated for cause. 51. As for the state police, both before and during the Proctor-led investigation, his immediate supervisor, Erie Buchanan, provided his annual employment reviews. True to form, despite knowing, Alan Jackson wrote that, despite knowing firsthand the extent of Proctor's unlawful conduct, bias, and bigotry, Buchanan repeatedly and falsely wrote that Proctor has, quote, handled himself with the utmost professionalism and with strict integrity, and confirmed that they had successfully discussed MSP's policies concerning anti-harassment, sexual harassment, and discrimination, and diversity, among others. Other times, MSP simply looked the other way. I was Mimi. Well, maybe not all along, but at a certain point, I figured it out. Other times, the MSP simply looked the other way. For example, in February 2024, 4 months before Ms. Reed's first trial, the MSP were aware they had a problem specifically related to Ms. Reed's case. The DOJ, the Department of Justice, had begun investigating the investigators, and on February 1st, questioned Proctor in a grand jury proceeding about text messages he wrote in which he called Ms. Reed a C word, among other bigoted comments that DOJ had found. Proctor was also questioned about his text at 11 p.m. on January 29, 2022, that House Defendant Brian Albert would escape scrutiny in the investigation because, quote, he's a Boston cop too. Further, Proctor was confronted at this grand jury, this is a federal grand jury, about texts from Julie Albert to his sister, Courtney Proctor, asking to give Proctor a gift for some implied favor he did for the Alberts during their interviews for this case. On February 4th, 2024, Proctor had a meeting and told the highest levels of leadership at the MSP, Colonel Johnny Mond, recently retired, Lieutenant Brian Connors, recently retired, and Major Leonard or Lenny Coppenrath, who's active. He's a big... Coppenrath's key to all this. I don't think people know enough about that name, but he's key to a lot of this. About his testimony to the DOJ, including his text messages. They did not terminate him, did not immediately ask for his phone, and did not immediately investigate his bigotry. They knew it existed and where to find it, but they didn't want to, at least until Miss Reed's trial was over. That sounds more like Mr. Seligman's writing. Indeed, they tried to hide it from Miss Reed and the public, despite initiating an internal affairs investigation in early March of 2024, before the jury in Miss Reed's first criminal trial was even impaneled. A lot of this stuff is in the John Fanning and Brian Tully IA interviews. It was not until Ms. Reed's defense counsel found out about these messages and then used them during the public trial that MSP concluded it couldn't ignore this any longer. MSP proceeded to falsely claim that it only became aware of the messages during the defense's cross-examination and finally terminated Proctor. While Internal Affairs, MSP's Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, or OPIA, launched a probe led by Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, this is the one I was talking about where Tully and Fanning got interviewed, to investigate Proctor's lewd text messages regarding Miss Reed, the MSP inexplicably assigned two non-OIPA troopers, so people outside that unit, Major Benson and Captain Berrios, Berrios, to perform cursory and brief interviews of the Proctors and Alberts, inquiring about their personal relationship with one another. The Proctors and Alberts, wait a minute, the state police, wait a minute, Kyle, somebody get Kyle and Emily C. Why don't we have these interviews? We have everybody else's IA interviews, Brian Tully's, John Fanning's. Fanning's was sweating there. He was sweating under the bright lights. He couldn't handle it. He broke like a piñata. But where are these interviews? What do you mean? What do you mean the Alberts were investigated by MSP Internal Affairs? Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Why didn't we know about this? Where are the interviews? Where are these brief and cursory interviews? Oh, I think it's best she does it right now, Mimi. She's very friendly with Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law, or former uncle-in-law. It's a little creepy. All right. I got two big updates. I haven't even posted my first update. Source equals page 18 of Karen's complaint, found in the repost below. Okay. All right, that's done. Now we gotta cut another one. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. They just, you gotta read this with a fine-tooth comb. Hello again. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 5:18 p.m. Eastern here in Boston. It's, Thursday, June 4th, 2026. And I have two more pieces of perhaps breaking news in regards to the civil motion, the civil complaint filed by Karen Reed, the shocking complaint filed by Karen Reed today, that lays out a litany of racist and horrifying remarks made by former State Trooper Michael Proctor and former Canton Police Sergeant Sean Good. I have two big pieces of updates for you. One, on page 20 into page 21 of Karen's complaint, it is revealed for the first time that the Alberts, it's unclear which Alberts, the Albert family, were interviewed by MSP, Mass State Police Internal Affairs, in the context of an investigation that started in March of 2024 into former State Trooper Michael Proctor. However, these interviews were only cursory. Why is this interesting? Well, one, there's been a previous FOIA related to this internal affairs investigation led by Detective Lieutenant Kevin Dwyer, but for some reason, inexplicably, assigned to troopers outside the Internal Affairs Office, Major Benson and Captain Berrios, who performed cursory interviews of the Alberts and Proctors. I should also note the Proctors were investigated as well. Also in that IA investigation of Proctor, Brian Tully, the detective lieutenant, the commander of the unit that Proctor worked for at the Norfolk DA's SPD, State Police Detective Unit, was interviewed. John Fanning, the the executive officer who worked right under Brian Tully, was also interviewed. A lot of interesting responses from both of those men. But those documents for Fanning and Tully's IA interviews were revealed to the public. Through a FOIA, I've seen no indicia or evidence of the transcripts of the interviews with the Proctors and Alberts done by Massachusetts State Police Internal Affairs. That unit is called the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, or OPIA for short. Also in this document, Karen Reed reveals, I believe it is on page 19 of 87, that Sean Good only resigned from the Canton PD in the last 2 days because Karen's counsel served MSP with notice that this lawsuit containing all of the evidence of Good and Proctor's horrifying racist, sexist, bigoted comments was going to be revealed. God bless you to Bill Mayer for those chilies and Jules. Thank you very much. I'm cutting a recording segment right now. I just wanted to say thank you for your support of Towel Channel. You can find that and more, an overview of this document. I've been going for over 5 hours exactly now at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Towel News. Thank you very much for watching. This is a horrifying document. You should read it in full. It's quite disturbing, and it lays bare an institutional rot within the Massachusetts State Police and local police that if the good cops out there are going to get the respect they deserve, then these bad cops must be held accountable, and this rot is pernicious. Who was funding it, who was protecting these people, how Michael Proctor got hired, who he was doing favors for, how deep the rot runs, not whether it touches the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, the Tiffany Overstreet cover-up, the Karen Reed case, the Turtle Boy case, is yet to all be fully laid out. But if you read this document that Karen Reed filed today in Bristol Superior Court, what you'll see is not only, it's like a jazz piece of a court filing. Not only will you see and hear the high notes, but the space between the notes, it reverberates with such cacophonous sort of echoes that it speaks to a mosaic beginning to form on the historical scene. Hegel's syntactical dialectic made manifest. The Commonwealth's theory, the thesis, Karen's truth, the antithesis, merging into a historical synthesis, which will then become the predominant cultural thesis and define the case on the historical scale. True to form, true to content, indeed. Grant Smith Ellis, thank you for listening to this overview. Hey, how was that? That was pretty good. You're probably right, first 48. All right, let's continue. Where do we leave off? All right. Right about here. It was not just reasonably foreseeable. Here we go. The Proctors and Alberts were not confronted with any text or social media posts depicting their decades-long family-like bond. No outside witnesses were interviewed. No cell phones were seized. No evidence was presented. 53. It was not just reasonably foreseeable, but nearly certain that MSP's and the CPD's failure to use ordinary care in selecting to whom they would impart power would result in members of the public being targeted and severely impacted by officers and troopers' elemental shortcomings. Put differently, the biased and corrupt investigation that harmed Ms. Reed was the natural consequence of MSP and CPD hiring and promoting biased and corrupt law enforcement officers. 54. In line with their barely concealed willingness to dehumanize and condemn people, coupled with their readiness to ignore or overlook objective evidence, Proctor and Good began the investigation against the female outsider with bias and prejudice fueled by their bigotry. After Proctor and Good launched the bias and corrupt investigation, other police officers followed suit and caused harm to Ms. Reed. After the start of the investigation, others in MSP and CPD also contributed to the unlawful investigation that stripped Ms. Reed of her rights. MSP and CPD are liable for the negligent hiring, training, and supervision of those other officers whose wrongful acts also contributed to the harm suffered by Ms. Reed, specifically as described in the amended complaint Exhibit 1 and the federal court action against Proctor, Buchanan, Brian Tully, and the House defendants that are all specifically incorporated herein. Excellent move. MSP's and CPD's employees' wrongful acts include, but are not limited to: they were propelled by the House defendants' false statements, including that Mr. O'Keefe never went into the House. They failed to investigate any other theory than seeking to singularly focus on Ms. Reed to the exclusion of all other available evidence. They ignored that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a physical altercation and dog attack, that no injuries were consistent with a vehicle strike. They intentionally sidestepped or wholly ignored fundamental investigatory procedures. They disregarded and failed to obtain pertinent interviews and other critical evidence from the House defendants that cannot now be recovered. And through Proctor, they secretly communicated with the Alberts on Proctor's personal phone, deliberately back-channeling those communications to circumvent his state-issued device and use Proctor's sister as a surrogate. They manufactured evidence to ensure that Ms. Reed, not their friends and fellow law enforcement officers, was blamed for Mr. O'Keefe's death, including planting evidence at the scene on Mr. O'Keefe's clothes and on Ms. Reed's vehicle to support the false narrative that Ms. Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, even though they knew Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were inconsistent with a motor vehicle strike and consistent with a physical altercation and dog attack. And H, they expressly encouraged flagrant abuses of power. 58. Armed with the fruits of this fundamentally flawed and biased investigation, the Norfolk DA's office proceeded to prosecute Miss Reed for murder, resulting in 2 juries rejecting the Commonwealth's charges and Miss Reed losing her career, home, car, livelihood, and reputation. 59. As Greg Connor, a 25-year veteran prosecutor in that office who is now seeking the role of district attorney, recently said of the Commonwealth's murder charge, quote, "The reach exceeded the grasp," and, quote, "I don't think there was another DA office in Massachusetts that wanted to prosecute Karen Reed." Oh, they used Connor's words against him. Rough. Rough, Greg Connor. The counts as alleged. Count 1. So now let's talk about the legal meat of this. Negligence. So she reasserts the facts and then says, MSP is a statewide law enforcement agency. MSP had a duty of care to members of the public within the state. They had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that MSP troopers do not cause foreseeable harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, including but not limited to members of the public with whom they interact in the course of their duties, setting up the standard. That duty includes, without limitation, the duty to adequately hire, train, supervise, and retain to avoid foreseeable harm to members of the public with whom troopers interact. 63. In particular, the officers that MSP hires, trains, supervises, promotes, and retains are required to comply with the law, as well as adhere to a written code of ethics established and promulgated by MSP that expressly includes, inter alia, the duty to 1. Respect the diversity of and be sensitive to all people, 2. Accept responsibility to the public by being punctual in our engagements and expeditious in the performance of duty, 3. Regard the office as a public trust and in the discharge of its duties be mindful of our primary obligations to serve the public efficiently and effectively, 4. Administer the law in a just, impartial, and reasonable manner, affording the same reasonable treatment to all cases, recognizing the limitations of its authority, and in no time using the power of its office for personal advantage, 5. Be true to its obligations as custodians of public property, never diminishing its integrity or limiting its effectiveness by accepting gratuities or favors from persons, businesses, corporations, or entities, 6. Cooperate fully with other public officials to ensure the safety and general welfare of the public, 7. Refrain from allowing jealousies or personal differences to influence its abilities to cooperate with others in the enforcement profession. Oh, hold on. Frame drop. Hold on. We're back. Frame drop. So it's laying out all the code of ethics. I don't think I need to read all 13. 64. When hiring individuals to be troopers and interact with the public, MSP had a duty, notice another duty, to use reasonable care to hire individuals that would not endanger or cause harm to the public, but rather to act in accordance with the law and its express code of ethics. They also had a duty to exercise reasonable care to ensure that its employees did not cause foreseeable harm to a foreseeable class of plaintiffs, supervising and training them. Not only are these duties and responsibilities established by law, notice statutory duty, but MSP has written policies and procedures, that's another way to establish a duty, mandating that members of MSP maintain a level of conduct in their personal and professional affairs and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, including not participating in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the MSP or causes MSP to be brought into disrepute or causes foreseeable harm to the public. Karen thus alleges that MSP breached that duty, so notice setting up the duty. How did they breach it? She alleges they breached it by, among other things, hiring and retaining Proctor when it either knew or should have known that he was unfit to serve as a trooper because of his virulent and deep-seated biases, failing to adequately train and supervise Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully as described, allowing Proctor to continue to investigate even though he had personal relationships with witnesses and potential suspects in the murder, which led to unlawful and favorable treatment of potential suspects, allowing Proctor to continue to investigate even though he hadn't exhibited. This was added. There should be a D here. This is not right. This should be D, and this should be E. This was added at the last minute, and they forgot to renumber. All they had to do was delete and hit enter, and it would have relisted it in order. Allowing Proctor, this is just an unlabeled paragraph. Allowing Proctor to continue, you have to label it with a subparagraph. Allowing Proctor to continue to investigate even though he had exhibited an extreme and personal negative bias towards Karen Reed. Allowing Proctor, Buchanan, and Tully to continue to investigate even though they had violated rules and procedures. Allowing them to plant, fabricate, and manipulate evidence, falsify documents, commit perjury. Allowing and neglecting to stop their failure to secure evidence in the crime scene, obtain evidence, timely and appropriately interview suspects, and investigate the Alberts, McCabe's, or Higgins continuing to employ them when they knew they had engaged in misconduct, knowing that based on prior investigations they failed to follow rules, etc. Same thing with pattern of misconduct. They caused, now notice they did the statutory duty, now they did the breach. Aaron Spencer case was dismissed. Excellent. Wait a minute, that was just announced? The Aaron Spencer case is dismissed? He was the guy who was, his kid was attacked, and he went to save his kid, and he took the life of the predator. And the state, it was some Midwest state, I was shocked, they charged Aaron Spencer. Apparently the case has been dismissed. Excellent job. Defense Diaries will be thrilled. Excellent job. All around. That was a long-running case. Nobody should ever be charged for saving their own child from a predator. What DA in their right mind? He must have had some enemies or something. And the dude, Aaron Spencer, won sheriff during the pendency of the case. He won the race for sheriff. What DA sees that and charges it? It was crazy to begin with. But I'm very glad to hear that it was dismissed. So now Karen remember, Karen sets up the duty, sets up the breach, exactly as I laid it out. Now she has to lay out the damages. I don't know, Tiffany Bob. A lot of corruption among USDAs. So she says she was wrongly investigated and prosecuted. She lost employment. Reputational damages happened. By the way, all those people who kept running their mouth about Karen on social media, they weren't going to be personally liable. What Karen can do is assert that that's the monetary harm. It's not really like a temporal harm, it's a reputational harm. But Karen can be like, look at all these people who just ran their mouth on social media even after I was acquitted. They knew the state police and they caused me reputational harm. And so she'll get elevated damages. The taxpayers, of course, have to foot the bill for those like state police lackeys running their mouth on social media because it causes Karen reputational harm, which is a damage. And millions of dollars of legal expenses, as well as severe emotional distress and injury. See? Those are all damage-based harms. Everything she's listing there, it's not gratuitous. She's listing every possible category that you can be awarded damages for. Loss of employment, reputational harm, legal expenses, emotional distress, and injury. I don't know what that injury is. It's a little vague. That one might need to be explained a little bit more. But yeah, that's every harm you can recover damages for, basically, except for like loss of consortium. There's a few others, I'm sure, but like she listed almost all of them. Among other things, Miss Reed has lost her career, her home, her car, her reputation. She lost her freedom of movement, which is a tort, it's a damage, and was forced to endure because she was on probation. Now, I don't know. I think it does entitle you to a writ of habeas if you're on bail or like pretrial conditions. It is technically incarceration. It might not be in jail, but it's deprivation of a liberty interest. It restricts your movement. So you can argue, once you're acquitted, that it was a harm. You can get monetary damages for being on probation pre-trial. She's arguing it was a deprivation of a liberty interest. It's a good argument. And was forced to endure 2 criminal trials before finally being acquitted. Remember, you got to be acquitted to allege malicious prosecution. She's only alleging negligence, but the acquittal's key. This also caused severe emotional and physical damage to Miss Reed. She presented her claim in writing. MSP denied it on April 14th. She's entitled to damages in an amount to be determined. She makes the same negligence claims against Canton, same exact thing. She alleges more specific breach by CPD. She says they should have trained Good better, that Good didn't train and supervise Michael Lank to secure the scene where John O'Keefe's body was found on January 29th. That they're focusing in on the Sallyport videos and not preserving them as a civil tort. David Yannetti's, you can call page 28, paragraph 1, which is C, David Yannetti's revenge. He was going to get him for them not complying with that preservation order in district court in 2022 in Stoughton, and he got him. You can call this paragraph David Yannetti's revenge. D. Attempting to obfuscate and hide from Miss Reed's criminal defense team surveillance video footage from inside the police station and outside in the parking lot on relevant days. Didn't supervise the relationship between Proctor and Kevin Albert. Providing Brian Higgins with access to the CPD without supervision, and once CPD knew Higgins used the CPD station in the middle of the night immediately following the house party on the night of Mr. O'Keefe's death, failed to investigate and report the facts to MSP. Hiding the close relationship between CPD's Chief Ken Berkowitz and House Defendant Higgins. Didn't document the full condition of Miss Reed's SUV once it entered the Sally Port. Caused Karen the same harms. Then she alleges civil conspiracy. So she argued MSP and CPD had a common design, and it was to manipulate the investigation towards Karen at the exclusion of other subjects. And that's it. So it's a 3-count complaint. She's alleging... It's very fascinating. She doesn't allege malicious prosecution. Straight to the point. That's it. Took us 5 hours and 15 minutes. Justice indeed, Mimi. Alright, I'm not going to Canton. That tired me out. You all have fun down there being ruckus. I'm going to decompress. That was a lot. When I read a document and it tires me out, like putting that together took a while. They only made 3 errors too. There was that one where it should have said into, and then there was the missing paragraph label on D in the beginning of that section. Clearly they added that last. But otherwise it was tight. It was good. It was well structured. Very well done. It's tiring to read it. It was. Tiffany Bob, it was a lot. My warning to people, other YouTubers, one, if you're going to read this, go through it first and censor all the slurs. If you need a censored copy, let me know. I'll send it to you. 2, if you're going to do this, it is a lot. It doesn't look like a lot. It is a lot. You need to commit. You can't skip any of it because it only makes sense as a cohesive whole. If you just look at the legal claims at the end, it doesn't look that devastating. But if you look at the negligence and the conspiracy claims in light of the facts section and the additional facts section, she's got him dead to rights. Absolutely dead to rights. And she kept it simple. This was really smart. I bet they whittled that down. It probably started as like 40 claims. They must have made a tactical decision. Just keep it simple. You're more likely to just win outright. What did they do? They were negligent and they engaged in a conspiracy. We're talking about the state entities. And it's so simple. It flows so easily. Even someone who doesn't understand the law can understand why you have a duty there. If you're state police or Canton, why you breached it in both cases with Good and Proctor. And the derivative officers, and what the damages are. That's enough for a verdict. You don't even need a majority, a unanimous verdict. You only need a majority verdict. Larson says, Grant is an uber nerd and the rest of us do not compare. The towel reigns supreme. Long live the towel. Oh, God bless you all. That was great. That wasn't our traditional stream. But I'll still bring Pete Bunny Towel over. I want to go for a walk. Towel, towel, towel. The chant is like a minion. I love it. Thank you all for watching. That was a lot. That was a lot. I mean that. That was a substantial amount. Even for me. That was almost more than I've done reading document-wise in a long time. That was not the Mount Everest of legal documents. We've done like 2,600 page documents before. But that was a lot. This is Pete Bunny Towel. Thank you, Larson. Mimi says you are exactly right all along, Grant, and brilliant in reading and explaining it all. No, God bless you, Mimi. You're so wonderful. All right, so at the end of streams like this, I like to test my mental acuity by doing Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. I like to list the U.S. presidents in order to the best of my abilities. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. Skip 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is Fillmore. Pick up with Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. So that's going to be Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William R. Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? Wasn't that a fun tour through history? You really got to be able to keep up, though, because I can do it all very quickly. That was almost one breath. Yes, Triplet Bob loves Tippecanoe. Thank you, Larson. Thank you, Tiffany Bob. I always like when Triplet Bob gets to have his Tippecanoe experience. Hashtag Tippecanoe. Hashtag Secretary of Tipping Canoes. Nightbot says, like the rush of mighty waters, 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 onwards it will go, and of course will bring you through for Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Love it. This has been Towel News. Thank you so much. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on the end of our coverage here. You all have fun down in Canton. I'm going to go get a drink. I'm going to go for a walk. Then I'm going to bed. God bless you all. Mimi, thank you. Mimi says, wow, that was fun, Mimi. Larson, you have a great night. But yes, thank you all for supporting. You know how you can donate. The information's in the stream, in the description. Sometimes people will put it in the chat. God bless you all. I strive to educate, inform, and entertain here. About 20% entertainment to buffer your brain from trauma. 40% information, 40% education, and it's all designed to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative or otherwise forms of government worldwide. There's a Cash App, money sign, Grant Smith Ellis. You can just scan the thing up on the screen there if you want. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. And then there's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. As I mentioned, you can find the links in the chat, in the description. Thank you to everyone who donated today. Your support means the world to me, keeps me fed, and God bless you for it. All the super chats, water under the fridge, Mr. Monk's understudy, all of you. It was great to see you. My dear Mimi, Triplet Bob, Tiffany Bob, every single one of you. Silent Dogs, my dear friend, it was great to see you. You're all wonderful in every way. T.A. Sarah was here. Towel Girlfriend was here earlier. It was great, even though the material was a little tough. But yeah, I'd like to end the same way no matter what. So if you benefited from this stream today, I hope you'll consider a donation to our homeless veterans or our service members or their family. There should not be one homeless veteran in the United States of America against their will, ladies and gentlemen. And you have the ability to help those veterans today with your donations. If there is one such veteran, even one, we failed as a society. It simply cannot happen. So do consider a donation today. You may also consider a donation to animal shelters run by or that help our service members or veterans. Pete Bunny Towel's not an animal, but he does like our fur friends, as do we all. Hashtag save the goats. So a donation to an animal shelter run by our service members or veterans, great way to help our service members or veterans and our animals at the same time. If you can't find one, you may consider a donation to an animal shelter in general. It would make Pete Bunny Towel very happy. If you're in the UK, a donation to the Big Issue is always a good way to help support populations experiencing homelessness. They can't yell on the street corner anymore when selling their newspapers, but you can donate today and help them. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Service and kindness. Oh, hold on. Our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein allowing us to live up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and therein bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless you all from a very warm, nearly 90 degrees Fahrenheit, Boston, Massachusetts. It's 5:46 p.m. here, Eastern Time. It's, 11:46 p.m. in South Africa. That would be Thursday, June 4th, 2026. It's 12:46 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 1:16 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Praying for all of you with my dear appreciation for you welcoming me into your home today. Thank you for being you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being with me. God bless you all, and may God protect us all, and God bless the United States of America. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Until next time on Towel News, signing off. Be well, God bless you all, and thank you again for being you and for